Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Thursday Night Metal Gear here on the Nick RP stream. Apologies for delaying getting started. I still seem to be having some trouble trying to get back to where I was before with like the multiple streams, but we seem to be okay, I believe. But do shout if you experience issues. I may have to drop one of the streams and come back to it again. I thought I'd fixed it, but maybe not. Anyway, still kind of in the middle of setting up a little bit, so we'll head on over to the webcam scene and let's catch up. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Thursday Night Metal Gear here on the Nick RP stream. We are playing Metal Gear Solid 3 tonight because I have got it in a marathon again. Every time I try and move away from Metal Gear Solid 3, it reels me back in. Hey, Cosmic.
Something happened to me last Thursday when I was driving home. I had a couple of miles to go. I looked up and saw a glowing orange object in the sky to the east.
To the east, 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 to the east. To the east. So yes, Speedrun. We've lost a Twitch follower. No, we're back down to 1999. You monsters. Monster. Sorry, I say monsters. It's only one person. One person's a monster. Obviously that one person is not a monster. They are more than welcome to follow or not follow. But hey, what the wig said, the graveyards are full of indispensable men. Yes,
Not yet, Snake. It's not over.
It's not over. I mean, the target's technically not. The target's 1,250. So it's not like it pushes the target back or anything. Well, it's not like it's undone a target or anything like that. But obviously, yeah, it's a bit disappointing that we hit it last stream and now we've gone backwards. It happens. It happens. My streams aren't for everyone. Alrighty. Oh, one other thing I haven't posted in any Discord servers about this stream yet tonight, so I'm going to quickly do that. There were two stream notifications on Discord because I had to restart the stream, so apologies for that. I should set a timer on it. I can set a timer so that once it's been triggered, it won't trigger again for like at least 24 hours or something like that. Even if I start the stream, so that's probably worth doing. All right, I'll only post it to 2 Discord servers. So this won't take too long. One's a Speedromizer because it's the marathon that I am running this for. So for those who don't know, I'm running in Speedromizer towards the end of June. Towards the middle of June, a couple of weeks actually. Schedule hasn't been released yet. I'm kind of hoping there is going to be a schedule at some point. So I don't know when, but I'm running Jade Cocoon, Story of the Tamayo. Got a really good PB on Tuesday's stream, which was fantastic. But in addition to that, because the person I was teaching MGS3 to has had to pull out, they're no longer running. Then they're no longer going to be running it. I was offered the opportunity to just do a showcase of MGS3 instead. So that's what I'm going to be doing. We'll be on very easy difficulty. We're not going to be doing. Yeah, that's what we would have been teaching. So that's what we're going to do. I've only ever. I mean, I know. Oh crap! Sorry, I posted to the Metal Gear Speedrunners Discord because obviously that's the other one. I'm streaming some Metal Gear, so I'm gonna post to MGSR. There we go. Forgot to add my thumbnail. In fact, actually, just because I'm active in Preventathon at the moment, I'm gonna post one in Preventathon as well. Very active in Preventathon. Tech stuff in Preventathon. Today I added. Today I added a brand new bit of software, a bit of kit to Speedrun Tools UK, which was really cool. It was something I was never intending on doing, But Preventathon in the past, for their music source, you hear music during intermission and like at the start and ends of speedrun marathons. Their music source is an online radio service called rainwave.cc. And it is just all it is. It's an internet radio, but there's no ads, there's no talking or anything like that. It just plays on a loop. They've got a few different playlists. The one that everyone uses is the OC Remix preview playlist, because of course OC Remix is Overclock Remix is what everyone uses because they allow people to stream their music, and it's all sort of based on video games and stuff, so it's ideal. There's a couple of tools on there. You can vote for it'll give you a bunch of tracks and you can vote on which one you want to hear next and stuff like that. But for the most part, it's just a looping stream of random overclocked remix music. Cubs, the tech lead for Preventathon, got me onto that last night so that I could implement it into the layouts for Preventathon. I really like it. It now means that there's nothing to do. You don't have to do anything with it. Like before, the way I had it set up, I used Music Bee, and then you had to connect Music Bee to the thing. You had to download it. I've had to download a bunch of music from Overclocked Remix's website and stuff. Nope, don't need to do that now. You just run NodeCG, and it just works like that. You go to the intermission scene, it'll play music, it'll display the information. It's fantastic. So yeah, that's I see the new intro to. I did not see the new intro. I saw that David Hayter hosted like a round table. They did like they ate some fancy Snake Eater inspired food. It was him, one of the title writers or title creators, Laurie Allen. They showed the Snake Eater intro. I did not see this. Right, we're doing this before. We're doing this before we get started then. YouTube, so it only seems appropriate since I'm going to be playing some MGS3. I've been keeping an eye on that's funny because I regularly click on YouTube to see if there's anything new to watch. I like listening to stuff in the background, and nothing came up in my subscriptions list. I would have thought at least some sort of subscription would have had it. Why is it not in my subscriptions list? I'm sure I'm subscribed to Konami. Not that I want to be, but Metal Gear Solid Delta. All new intro. Oh, this was a day ago as well. I can see. Here we go. Oh, there we go. IGN. I'm not subscribed to IGN because I'm sick and tired of every time I get a new trailer releases for anything, IGN then posts this exact same trailer. It's every single film trailer, because I follow various film companies on YouTube so I can watch trailers. And it's just like every single time IGN posts it. So I don't quite know how IGN are allowed to just post it. Hang on, this is the official Legacy series. This isn't what I clicked on. Oh no, that is what I clicked on. Ah, that's the round table thing that I was talking about. In the middle of that, they play it. By the looks of things, is it part of is it just part of that? There isn't a separate video for it. Right, right, that's why. So yes, I did see that video. I didn't realize that that was in the middle of it. All right, let's go and have a look. See, yeah, it is a bit weird. Yeah, let's have a pew.
This is the all-new Mario Kart World, exclusively on Nintendo Switch 2. Drive virtually everywhere. Compete in 24-player races.
Everyone here at this table is connected with Metal Gear in various ways, and we wanted to get them. Before we get to our Metal Gear themed inspired meal, we're going to show you something pretty remarkable. The opening title sequence to Metal Gear Delta.
Oh, wow.
Oh my goodness, that's beautiful.
Look at that, it's so crisp and clear and spectacular.
I don't know how you do that, Kyle. It's magic. Oh.
Yeah, so this is Kyle's title sequence, which is just astounding. And of course, backed by Cynthia Harrell's astounding voice.
Oh, and look at the
Look
snake.
how clean
Oh my
that snake
gosh.
was. Oh my God.
I know.
Kyle, how long did it take you to do this?
A couple months, I think.
Wow, it's gorgeous. I love how the titles flow in and out.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous. And the snake.
Twin snakes.
And I love the
Logan.
style of the style of the intro is like, you know, it's like a 60s era spy movie
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah.
It's
Oh my
so
gosh,
cool.
just look at that. You're such a badass just wandering through the water, making your way through with all those muscles.
That's true. Oh, you were talking to Maul,
Of course, of course.
right? The world's first Halo jump.
Oh my
Yes.
gosh, that jump, come on.
Had to put the cigar out first.
I did.
Color too.
the color.
Yeah, the colors.
beautiful?
Yeah, it's
The
like
color's
yeah.
amazing. Yeah, because the original game was sort of sepia, and this is just, you know, the work they've done on this is incredible. And look, there he is eating a snake.
Eating. Ah! Oh my goodness. And look at the camo colors on the ground. Yes, and the bees.
And the bees, the pain.
Yep.
I think he eats the bones, too.
Really? Really?
Oh, probably, well, they're good calcium.
They look like he's eating the bones.
Yeah, and some days you do feed on a tree frog. Yeah.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
And he eats the bones of the tree frog.
That's right.
Look at that. That is amazing.
Isn't that beautiful?
Oh my gosh.
Not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else. Crime, it's the way I fly to you.
Look at that.
Isn't that
It's,
gorgeous?
it's like
Yeah.
5D. It's not even 3D. It's just,
Damn Volgan.
yeah, Volgan. Yeah.
Oh, there she is.
There's
the
boss.
boss.
She's zipped up, but that's
Why,
okay.
boss? Why?
Because you're loyal.
Twin snakes. Oh, that's gorgeous.
That's incredible.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
Bravo.
Cynthia, what a performance.
That sounds and looks unbelievable.
Oh, there now. Okay, now I bet I'm. Now I bet I'm there. That's weird that my sources. I could see my mic source going up. I could see my mic source going up and down, but my alerts and audio, the scene within a scene where my mic is was not enabled. So I don't know why it didn't suggest that in my audio sources that it was disabled, but. Okay, well, okay, we're back. So you obviously didn't hear anything that I said during any of that. That was lovely. I think Snake's looking a lot better. I was a bit. I kind of felt like he didn't look he didn't quite look like Snake. He kind of looked because of the glow up. Because of the glow up, he'd been really. He just didn't. He just looked like far too young, like, and just didn't quite match that look. Now he actually looks like a better young Snake than he did in MGS3. Because in MGS3 he didn't really look that much like a young Snake. He just kind of looked like Snake again. But I think here he looks more like what you'd expect a younger Solid Snake to look like. So yeah, I think that looks a lot better. I'm so glad that they've re-recorded the track as well. That version of the track sounds beautiful. I always love hearing mixes and redos of the Snake Eater thing, because it's a lovely. I've heard it live a couple of times. I went to see Video Games Live once, and they played it, and it was great. The visuals look great. The Cobra unit looked fantastic. I mean, the pain just looks awesome. Yeah, it's shaping up to look like something special. So I'm still really excited. It'd be nice to have that with it not being quiet and without them talking. Not that I don't appreciate listening to Laurie Allen and David Hayter chat about MGS3, but it'd be nice to see the full thing without them as well. And clearly it's now public, so do it, Konami. Just release it. Let's watch it and enjoy it. Yeah, that's really, really nice. So yeah, still very hyped. I still haven't pre-ordered it, but I will do. I will be doing soon. Don't worry. We will be playing it day 1 or day -2, whatever it is. Anyway, we want to go here. There we go. Right. So we are back on Metal Gear Solid 3. Any percent very easy difficulty. We're doing very easy difficulty because that is what I was originally teaching for Speedromizer. My student for Speedromizer pulled out. So Speedromizer just asked, do I want to showcase it anyway? Because they got time to fill. It was on this, it was going to be on the schedule. So, presumably that's what happens. He said you aren't getting the game. Oh dear. Never mind. I'm sure I can find some dodgy website to get it from. So yeah, that's why we're back on MGS3 again. Kind of seems great. Every time I try and escape MGS3, it keeps on coming back. I've still got more MGS3 stuff that I'd like to do. I'd like to touch on some different difficulties. Someone from the MGS3 community, I forget who, has recently done a normal difficulty guide, which is really cool because no one's ever really done guides for anything other than very easy and European extreme. So I would like to have a crack at normal difficulty at some point. Heck, we might even do it tonight. I might have a go through very easy, and then we might jump in, have a look at the differences between I was going to say, from what I understand, it does play more like European Extreme, just a bit easier though. Ryan, you're right about the new intro. Like, it is all very much nostalgia based and designed for fans of the original. Because yeah, there was a lot in there that you could tell looked it certainly wasn't a one-to-one creation of the original, which is kind of what I was expecting, because everything else seems to be a one-to-one recreation of the original. But I'm not going to bat it. So let's get started.
After the end of World War II, the world was split into two.
Thanks, Snake.
East and West. This marked the beginning of the era called the Cold War.
Hopefully everything just work. Yep, everything is just working. Lovely. One nice thing about is obviously the last time we were doing, we haven't actually done any Master Collection MGS3 for a while. Most recently, I did some PS2 MGS3. And then before that, we were doing the 3DS version of MGS3. That was fun. Everyone enjoys that. Which is what we should really jump. Actually, in all fairness, I do genuinely need to go back to to that version because I never submitted a run to the leaderboards. I never got a run that I was comfortable enough with to submit to the boards. So I should really go back to that at some point. And also all Yoshis, which I'll have to do another sort of look through. I did take a load of clips showing where they all were. So hopefully I can figure that out again. But yeah, at some point I really should get back on set. It might be something I do. Might be something I do in my spare time. You know, that thing that I have very, very little of. So yeah, we're doing PS2, did some 3DS. There's not really much else sort of different versions wise to do. I mean, I've got it on PS3, but there's not really much point in doing any more PS3 runs of it. There's no reason to PS3. The only other one that I could go back to would be going back to the Xbox Series S version, just so that I can improve like console runs, because console is different to the PC version of the Master Collection. So yeah, I have it on. Thing is, oh, this isn't European Extreme. I have the Xbox 360 version on my Xbox Series S. I have no idea whether it's worth getting the Master Collection. I don't know whether the Master Collection is faster, slower. I don't know. I would imagine it's probably slower. I would have thought that it's better on to still do the 360 version, because it won't be as intense and all of that. But I don't know. I have no idea if that sort of level of investigation has been done. I'm just noticing that I'm quite ahead of time already. I am just wondering whether I might have average splits on. I really should start updating my live split to show whether I'm racing against average or PB or whatever. Because the amount of times I don't know is a bit silly. Right, let's play some Trauma Center. There we go. First save boss. Yep, yes. Actually, I don't think I can alt tab out and keep on playing. I'm pretty sure the game will pause if I do that. So I might have to wait until we get to like an unskippable bit. I'm just concerned that I'm already in the green. I know it's not by a lot, but it's like, where from? Where have I got time save from? That doesn't make any sense to me. Maybe I'm just good. Maybe I'm just good today. Who knows? Get out the easy gun. And this is where we start to just have fun. Just run through, shoot people, and go really, really fast. Does that sound lovely? Oh, gold. Okay, gold split. maybe I'm. Maybe I am against. Maybe I'm just going fast today. As I say, it has been a while since I've done this specific run. So yeah, at some point I do want to go through that normal difficulty guide and try and get a run of that in. Obviously, the thing with that is, as soon as I've done that, I can then do it. I can then do it on multiple different. There's so many different boards for any difficulty. So many different boards. So, you know, I can then go and play it on PS2. I can then play it on emulator, because we can emulate the 360 version, then play it on console. Right. Oh, that's a bad miss. That was me trying to read your last message. And we're going to lose a bunch of time. All right.
Where's he hiding?
I don't know what's going to happen here because I've screwed this up. I missed 2. I have no idea who. There's 1. I have no idea where the other guard is. Oh, he's there. Helps if I show him. All right, yeah, that's not good. That's really big time losses down to me not concentrating and forgetting which difficulty I was doing. That's going to be the thing with learning normal, is it's going to be really difficult to know which bit's which. Which bit am I supposed to do? Which bit am I not supposed to do? It's going to be quite funky. But yeah, there's obviously, once I've done normal as well, then there's the opportunity to do every other difficulty. There's still extreme, hard, and easy to do. My understanding of easy is it's pretty much very easy, just without the easy gun. I understand once you get to normal, it starts to be more like European Extreme, but you can do a lot more stuff. You sort of take European Extreme as a basis and work backwards, rather than take very easy as a basis and go forwards. Running through the jungle, climbing up a tree. Oh, okay, that was Snake just decided to turn as I went in there. It's kind of strange. He does that if he sort of clips. If he somewhat clips a surface, which is what happened. I was like close enough to the fence where, as he went down, there wasn't enough space for him to go down exactly where he was. And instead of the game just sort of like either backing him up or just plonking him down immediately, it just decided to turn him so he had space to go down. Normally the game would just sort of nudge you back slightly if that happens. But clearly that wasn't what the game wanted to do. The game had other ideas. There are a lot of other categories as well that I still haven't tackled. I only ever did all camouflages once. Then there's Markeriton. Let's concentrate on this fight for a second. Turn around. Stun grenade. That wasn't bad. I need to have a look at that fight again and see what the most optimal way of doing it is. I've kind of forgotten exactly, like, when do you, I can't remember exactly when you headshot and when you don't headshot. I'm not even sure I needed to headshot at the end there. Really horrible streak. Right down the center of my screen. It's really noticeable when it's really dark. It's very strange. Very off-putting. Out the other side. So yeah, as I say, all camouflages, I was very briefly the world record holder for all camouflages. Obviously I am the world record holder for all keratins on very easy and on European Extreme. But there's Markor, which is all plants and animals. There's Markeratin, which is all plants and animals and all keratin frogs. There's some other wacky ones like box percent and stuff like that, which I'm not fussed about. Oh. Struggling a little bit. Flashing light. Oh. I'm just struggling a little bit with the double tap. Oh dear. I moved out the way. Oh, this is terrible. Oh, that was my stun grenade he threw back at me. This is awful. I'm gonna run out of stun grenades. What's go? What is going on? I'm actually out of stun grenades. Bloody hell. That was appalling. I've not had a pain fight like that in a very long time. I seem to get the old thing with like not being able to quick reload and shoot, which I've never found to be as bad on the Master Collection, but maybe just my timing is off with the way that I'm shooting. I don't know. I just felt really bad. On top of all the other category extensions, there is one category extension I would also like to finally create, because it's never been, as far as I'm aware, it's never been done. I know that some people have started it and started looking into it. Cheeky outbounds. But to the best of my knowledge, nobody has actually done it yet, and that is the full game blindfolded. I know all bosses blindfolded has been showcased in the past. That's playing the game normally, but going blindfolded for the bosses. So I know the bosses at the very least have been routed. But as for the rest of the game, I don't believe it's ever been routed and completed blindfolded. Hey, Mr. Solidus. Least favorite MGS game? What? I wish I could say this was a good run. Now, because I completely screwed up my stun grenades, I'm going to need to grab some more. So I've got some more. Unfortunately, reinforcements are already here. So I've now got to try and get around them. Okay, that was okay. So a little bit of time loss coming into here. Oh, I can't believe this is your least favorite Metal Gear game. It's my favorite to speedrun. And it's probably tied with MGS1 as my favorite. Oh, you don't like it because well, you did get answers from MGS3. You know, the MGS3 explains that it's the philosophers, and then post MGS3 the philosophers then became the Patriots, sort of. They were telling that story, but just sort of from they were telling the origin of that story. Oh, sweet, gold split. It's not all bad. It's not all bad. Let's say I'm gonna showcase this as the teacher of this run. It's gonna look pretty terrible as a teacher of a run if I then completely screw it up and do shit in it. I should probably do better. This is why we're practicing. All these gold splits. As I say, I was going to say, I do still want to check whether I'm racing against averages, but the averages wouldn't change the gold splits. Maybe I probably haven't done that much of this run on the Master Collection. By the time the Master Collection came out, I was already, I'd already primarily become a European Extreme runner. Oh. All this because I wanted to grab the handkerchief. Just gotta lose some time here. We just have to wait for the evasion to end here. As soon as that evasion clears, we can go through. That's still not. That's nice to hear. All right. You know what isn't incredible? This freaking speedrun. This is awful so far. But we use this obviously use this run to iron out kinks. See what? No, there's another. That's a massive got what? That's a 6-second gold split. How have I had a 6-second gold split? I wonder if that's because I was. I wonder if that's because previous. Maybe I've only like got one set of splits for this or something. And maybe like last time I did this, I grabbed the handkerchief on the way out instead. I get the feeling that I'm running against like only 1 or 2 sets of splits. Ugh. I mean, I can check. I just can't check until we get to a point where I'm not playing and there's nothing we can do. But basically, I can't check until torture. Oh, come on, Snake. All right, stun grenades. Okay. So, here we have the Fear in his natural environment. The Fear is going to run up over But we're the ones who are going to give him a little spook. He's going to be like, oh my god, he's back from the dead. I'm going to throw a stun grenade, grip my knife out. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Nick, please, come on. There we go. Good God. Just get bumping into it completely screwed over the knife. And then I just couldn't bloody shoot him. Right, so we're gonna go into the backpack. No, we're not. We're gonna cure the venom poisoning. And that's it. Oh, almost certainly. It's the game's gonna be the game's going to be built from the ground up. So it's going to be a whole new thing to explore. And yeah, how do you do... It's a very good question. How do you do the fear quickly without that strat? I think outside of European Extreme, you'll still do the strat the exact same way. It's just it'll be a lethal kill. It won't be a non-lethal kill. For European Extreme, there will have to be a new strat. Completely new revised strat. It'll probably still involve stun grenades, because it's the easiest way of keeping him in one place. But yeah, we're just gonna have to like stun him and then try and shoot. Yeah, I would be extremely surprised if any glitches that we currently use in the run are usable again in Delta, because it's, as I say, this isn't like Oblivion or Klonoa, where it's, you know, it's just a graphical upgrade, but the actual bones underneath are still the same. This is going to be this is a remake from the ground up. So we are not doing the fast version of this. I may come back to try and relearn the fast version, but considering my aim this evening has already been bad and the fast version requires very, very good aim. Oh, I forgot to unequip those stun grenades. You have to be able to get 2 headshots in very, very quickly. Oh, let's not get shot. 1, 2, 3. Turn around. Easy gun out. And do you want to explain why you didn't stay there for very long? He's gone to the right. I don't quite know why the end didn't. He's supposed to, once you've done those shots, he's supposed to like stick around for like dazed for like 10-15 seconds. Maybe I wasn't far enough over. I don't know. We'll try again. One, 2, 3. He's supposed to stay dazed for a while. This is better. Maybe I wasn't quite in the right place. Headshot. Cool. Second time round was fine. Go and grab the Mosin gun. Now we want the backpack. So we want to equip the Mosin gun. And we want to equip cardboard box A. We also want cardboard box A on, and the easy gun. I didn't need to cure that venom poisoning. I think it was the PS2 version where I really needed to cure the venom poisoning. Into the box we go. And out of the box. And into everyone's favourite bit of music. Enjoy, folks. Wahoo! All done. Beautiful. Always beautiful. Aww. That's really nice. Ah. So, through the mountains we go. Nice crisp 60 FPS. Lovely sound, isn't it? See if we can do it again with this one. Let's get a little bit close. Ah, just a ha. Just a ha with that one. Not a I definitely don't need any stun grenades. I've got plenty. Haha! And he's gone! Oh. That was bad. Ugh. Man, this is not going to be a fun area to try and learn how to blindfold, is it? Like, how on earth do you get through this blindfolded? That's the thing, one of the things that made MGS2 relatively easy to... I say relatively easy. You know, it wasn't easy. But one advantage that MGS2 had, certainly had, was that everything is very geometrical. So you could, and also in MGS2, you can move around using the D-pads. You can't do that in MGS3. Well, you could, I mean, actually on the Master Collection, yes, you can, because you could just use Steam Input to change it so that you can use, and we almost certainly want to do that. Because by default the D-pad I'll get Snake to sneak instead, which obviously isn't particularly helpful. So yeah, we'd almost certainly want to use Steam Input to change the controls so that we can run around using the D-pad. Because the advantage of running around using the D-pad, of course, is that it gives you perfect. Oh, another gold split. Is it gives you perfect, perfectly perpendicular movement. You're always on either a 90 degree. Yeah, you're on the perfect 90 degree angle. There's no ifs and or buts anywhere else. Which, when you're playing in a very geometrically shaped area like MGS2, that's great. But this is going to be a lot more tricky. But it will be a challenge that I do want to do one day. He's on the right. Not too bad. RNG was good. We'll say RNG was good there. Wasn't great, wasn't perfect. Obviously he flew over, but at least he flew over and went straight back down again. Coming up to my Achilles heel next, which is the joy that is Rykov. I struggle with Rykov. Take that guy out. Sometimes Rykov goes great. Certainly a lot easier in this version. Ugh. Alright, here we go. Come on, Nick. You remember how to do this, right? There's the double what? There's the... Oh, look at that! Beautiful! That's how you do Rykov. Just like Mama used to make. That's got to be a gold split. Oh, it isn't. Wow, I'm surprised. Okay, let's go for a sit. Let's get back up again. Oh, I was trying to get the if you get the scope out whilst you're rolling, it's a bit quicker. I got up a little too quick there. All right, should we? So at this point, I think it's time. I think it's time that we put on a bet. One of those old Twitch bets. Whether I get a PB or not. Yeah, does that sound like a plan? 4 minutes 5 seconds behind. I'm sure we can do it.
Tell me.
All right, I'm gonna have a quick look at my splits though. Compare against personal best game time. These are, it was attempt number 18. Okay, I don't know why I was getting so many gold splits, but there we go. There we go. Rah! Obviously, you guys can't hear it because I've muted the audio, so I'm kind of trying to fill in. Oh, the fun-filled sounds of torture. Isn't it lovely? No, he's not dead. I wonder what they're going to do with this scene in if anything. I mean, to be honest, they'll probably just keep it the same. But who knows? Oh, ow. Oh, clicky elbow. That gold split notification didn't go to YouTube. Oh, it's done it again, hasn't it? Yeah, it has. Bloody hell, StreamerBot, why do you keep disconnecting from YouTube? It's partway into a stream and it just disconnects from YouTube. This is really starting to annoy me. And I bet it's annoying Ryden's Wig and Mr. Solidus even worse. Sorry, folks. You're back. You're back. I should have no. I had thought it had gone very quiet, so I do apologize. Gold spot on torture. 144.75. Don't worry, I know that the audio is trying to do this. There we go. You got game audio back as well. This is really annoying that this is happening. Johnny did just say I swear. This is really annoying that this is happening it is every stream at the moment, isn't it? Every single stream. StreamerBot disconnects from YouTube and my lovely YouTube viewers then can't be seen. I should have a look at I can't remember if I've already had a look on online to see if anyone else has recorded the same issue. Problem is I don't know it. I don't know if it's a problem with StreamerBot or a problem with YouTube. It wouldn't surprise me if it's just completely down to YouTube. I'm sorry. You deserve better. Konami already confirmed at the transmission they'd done all the tricks and exploits fans found have been kept to the fear strategy safe. Depends if that's what they're depends if they're specifically looking at speedrunning though. As I say, some of those are specific bugs with the game. I'd find it hard to believe that Konami are deliberately going to insert bugs into a game. That doesn't sound right. Because my other issue with that is I don't want my hand holding. I don't want Konami to deliberately put all the bugs and strats back in the game. We want to find new ones. We want to, you know, let's not. I don't want to treat. This is why I was a little disappointed when I sort of saw that they are trying to basically make a one-to-one recreation of the game. If you're going to remake the game, remake it. Don't sort of half remake it and not. Oh goddamn! I always forget that it's bloody. Handkerchief is a weapon. It doesn't feel like it should be a weapon. 1, 2, 3. I'd miss the fear. Well, I'd miss the fear strap, but like I said, I think it's only European Extreme where it won't be doable. I'm pretty confident that you'll still be able. Well, assuming they're wanting to try and keep it as close to the original as possible, you'll still be able to do that strat. It's just you'll stun them with a stun grenade, and then all the damage you'll do next is lethal damage. It just won't convert to non-lethal damage. Obviously, the disadvantage of that is that doesn't count towards Foxhound rank if you're doing European Extreme, and also if you're doing all camos, that won't count toward. You won't be able to get his camouflage for doing that. So for those categories, yes, there'll need to be a new strat. Oh, just got shot in the leg. You word that Johnny uses. No, the handkerchief. The handkerchief is only you only need to do it if you're doing RTA strats, which because we're on the PC version's timed by loading remove time, so technically that's RTA without loads. It's not IGT. So we have to use the handkerchief because so that it's faster. Using the handkerchief like that is faster than waiting for Snake to drown. On European Extreme or a lot of higher difficulties, you don't do it because Snake's health bar and stamina bar is so low that you don't need to. He will drown very quickly. If you're doing IGT strats, then you No, thinking European Extreme again. If you do an IGT strat, you don't need to do it because the IGT is paused during the fight. That away, that out. No, we don't actually need the... No, we don't need the Mosing Nagant out. RPG, stun grenade, C3. That's it. We only need those 5 items. You do not need the Mosing Nagant on... You pretty much don't need the Mosing Nagant out on any difficulty other than European Extreme. Yeah, so in... on every version of the game, the in-game time of the IGT does not... Sorry, I got a notification that my father-in-law's highlighted a comment that he wants me... that I should look at. What the heck does that mean? Assuming it's something Facebook related, but like... What? Very confused. Anyway, what were we saying? Yeah, so on every version of game, the IGT pauses whilst you're in with the could be a sick new strat. I do skip. Oh my god, that would be amazing. Yeah, the IGT pauses whilst you're fighting with the Sorrow. It's kind of sort of there to simulate the fact that Snake's streaming, and so that, you know, the game doesn't count at that point. Whatever. Right, what am I doing? Come on, Nick. There we go. All right. Screw it. I can't be arsed. We're on very easy difficulty. You can do whatever the hell you like at this point. I don't know. To be honest, I don't actually know why I'm looking up. Well, there's no, that's a PS2, PS3 strat. You do not need to look up. You can do whatever you want. Nothing you do is going to spend any time. You know what? I'm going to go on my phone and I'm going to have a look and see what that was all about. Assuming it's something on Facebook. Ah, yes, it is. What? Okay, I see. It's got nothing to do with me. I didn't know that was a thing. So basically on Facebook, there's something completely new I've learned about Facebook that I did not know you can do. Is you can make a comment or make some sort of tag of @highlights, and it will send a notification out to followers or friends to say this person has highlighted this. It had nothing to do with me. It was just it was an advert. It was an advert for a competition to win a camper van or an RV or something. And they say, oh, well, if you type at highlight and it turns blue, then you're entered into the competition. So it's just a way of then getting people who didn't know that was a thing to do it. A, presumably he is now entered into a competition, but B, every single one of his followers has now had a notification to say that he's done this. Like, why Facebook? Why is that a thing? I don't understand. Why make that a thing? That is essentially the equivalent of Facebook having an everyone app in Discord. Here is a code that allows you to get on both. You should normally use the SVD here. Normally you'd use the RPG. In fact, there's lots of guards here, so I'm going to swap to the RPG. That should be all of them. Keep it up. Hey, Froggy. Oh, I'm very, Alex seems to really like frogs at the moment. We got him a cuddly frog, and he says he can't really say F's at the moment, so instead of frog, it's more like cog. Like cog. But yeah, he loves his frog. Every time, like, he's got a couple of books that have got frogs in them, and whenever he has those books, he immediately looks for the frogs. So here I am deliberately, I've deliberately swapped to the easy gun, so that I can start getting some stamina back. Normally you wouldn't have to worry about stamina on this, but because we've got the easy gun, we save a slight bit of time by not pulling out any leeches that have attacked us throughout the game. So Snake's stamina does very slowly drop when he hasn't got the easy gun out. So it's very important that you use some opportunities to have the easy gun out and get some stamina back. Well, I would have thought that Facebook needs any attention you can get from friends as much as possible, because just navigating through a feed is impossible. Say what you like about Twitter, and I encourage you to say whatever you like about Twitter. It's a fucking shit show. At least Twitter is still... You can still navigate it. You can still navigate it and roughly find... You know, your feed on Twitter... Alright, your feed on Twitter is going to be full of AI and Nazi shit. Because the algorithm pushes that kind of stuff. But on your... You know, that's only your Discover feed. If you're looking at your feed that is just... you know, just what you follow, then that's what you're gonna get. You're gonna get a feed of all your of stuff you follow. Facebook is, I mean, I assume so. I haven't been on Twitter. I've been on Twitter since March, and I only went on Twitter in March because I had to for work. I wasn't looking at my own profile. I was looking at my work profile. Well, my work's profile. I don't have a work Twitter. The company I work for has a Twitter, which I do occasionally post on behalf of. And I did ask if I could not, and that we shouldn't be using Twitter, but I was overruled. So yeah, it might have changed. Who knows? It might have changed since then. I don't know. But at least, as I say, at least with Twitter, if you go on your, I think it's your For You feed or whatever it is. I can't remember what the feed's called. It at least shows you the posts from your followers. It's something I do wish Blue Sky had, because it actually doesn't. I'll explain in a second. I'm just going to concentrate on this fight for a second. Beautiful. Really good first phase. There we go. That's a really good Shagahod. Pretty much spot on. I'd love to get, I mean, I'd love to get myself a Keratin Frog. Never mind Alex. Anyway, oh, nice. Congrats. Is it for 20? If it's 20 quid, I can't imagine it's the 3-disc version. Presumably that's the 2-disc version. So yeah, sorry, we're going back to Twitter. It's something Blue Sky actually doesn't do very well. So Blue Sky, you can like pick whatever feeds you like. the thing it is that you got the 3-disc version for 20 quid. That's really good. That's really good. That's really good value. So I have my own. I don't know where. Oh, here's my 3-disc edition. Pre-ordered. Yeah, Blue Sky. You can choose what feeds you look at, and there is a sort of basic feed, a sort of overview feed. The problem is that feed isn't just your follow. There isn't, unless I'm mistaken. I've not been able to find it. So if someone else knows the answer to this, please let me know. But the basic feed isn't just who you're following. The basic feed is also shows select stuff from your other feeds. So, for example, I follow the Speedrun feed. I follow a Twitch UK creators feed, and so on my standard feed, my sort of overview feed, I can't remember what the bloody feed's called, but on my somewhat standard feed, it's not just people I'm following. I'll then also get select messages from, or select posts from those feeds as well, and you can tell that that's what they are because it says at the top. It will say from Games Done Quick feed or from Twitch UK creators feed. The problem with that is that I do curate my following lists. Like when I first started with Blue Sky, like most other people, I went straight onto the speedrun lists or various speedrun lists that got created and just started following everyone. But slowly over time, I've unfollowed people that I'm not interested in, or who post stuff that I'm not a big fan of. Like there's the one thing. Here's probably the best example of it. The one thing that I often forget with speedrunning is I'm approaching 36 years old. I know, shocker, I don't look a day over 21. I'm approaching 36 years old, and yes, I'm still a bit goofy. Yes, I'm still a bit immature at times, but I do still have a little bit of maturity to me. And at times, I do have to remember that the majority of the speedrunning community are much younger than I am. They're still in their early 20s, and therefore there's a lot of speedrunners who post on Blue Sky that I've had to unfollow, not because I don't like them, not because I don't think they're bad. I think they're bad or anything like that, but simply I just can't. I can't handle the levels of cringe and shit that they're which to their audiences and to their demographics and their age groups is hilarious, and it's what they post every day and all of that. But I'm kind of over it. I have no idea. You've mentioned this person before. It's definitely, from what you said about them last time. From what you said about them last time, you're probably right. Yeah, there are some people on Blue Sky who, as I say, they might be lovely people. I don't necessarily know them, but they just post the cringiest shit all the time. And as I say, as a 36-year-old, I just don't find it funny, and I don't want it flooding my feed. The problem is, as I said, Blue Sky's main feed, because it still features the other, like if I then want to go and look at that stuff and look at stuff from people I'm not specifically following, I've got those feeds to look at, but my main feed still features those posts. So I'll get posts on my main feed of people that I know I've unfollowed because I just can't be arsed with what they're posting. And it then still appears in my main feed. And it's like, no, go away. I don't want this. I deliberately. And I don't. The answer to avoid that is to then hide their posts, block their posts, or hide them so I don't see them. And that's not what I want. Because like I said, it's not that I actively want to avoid everything they're posting. Even though at some point they might post something that I'm actually really interested in, you know, that might not be complete cringe. But the majority of their posts, no, I'm just not that interested in. So it's kind of weird. As I say, if anyone does know if there's a setting or if there's something I'm missing, like is there a specific feed that I need to follow that only shows stuff from who I'm following? I don't know. But that was the experience. That was certainly the experience for that I got with Twitter. You know, there was that one feed that was just posts from people I was following, not recommended. I turned off the Discover feed the moment like AI and basically the moment Musk came into power. I turned off the Discover feed and never went back to it. It's just like, yeah, this is just going to push. This is going to be algorithm pushing right-wing garbage, and it was. And eventually, it got to a point where it wasn't. Anyway. I'm sorry. I'm going to try and catch up with what Ryden's saying. World record for images is very easy. I feel bad for whoever had to verify it because mimicking loud noises, music plays, and he starts twerking and rolling. Oh my god. Yeah. This is the thing. Like, I also don't actually watch a lot of streams, mostly because I don't have time. I should point out that the majority of the reason for that is because I don't have the time to. You know, I'm either working or doing or streaming myself or other stuff. So I don't watch a lot of streams, but the majority of people I would watch, again, are 10, 15 years younger than I am, and I'm really just not into that kind of comedy and shit. Like, definitely what you've just described there, no thank you. That is not of interest to me. Thank you. I like watching I like watching streams. I like watching speedruns where the runner is, particularly if the runner is very knowledgeable about what they're doing. One of the best, I didn't need to shoot him. I don't know why I went for him. One of the best marathon streamers, marathon speedrunners that I know for that, is a guy called Viper UK. You may have heard of him. He's certainly within the UK. He's one of the top racing speedrunners in the UK. Like, if you ever needed help learning a racing game for a speedrun, there's a very good chance he's done that run and he could help you and that. But if you ever get a chance, and I've gone too far forwards too quickly, and Eva's decided to do a detour around that freaking tree again. If you ever get a chance to watch, I mean, you can go find VODs of them on YouTube. The guy is so knowledgeable about the games, and not just about the speed run, about the game itself. And it's kind of because he has to be, because not a lot happens in racing game speedruns. It's not like, you've got a glitch every second or something like that. It's a lot of it is just, good driving. As you know, I've tried them because I'm not that interested in them. So I tried one to see how I felt about it. But watching Viper talk about those runs and talk about the games and the knowledge he has for them is really interesting and really appealing. And that's kind of what I really enjoy watching speedruns, when you've got someone who really knows the game and can talk about it and is clearly passionate about it. Viper's done, from my knowledge, just from what I've seen, dozens and dozens of different racing games, and he knows them inside and out. He knows the history of them. He knows about the development of them, and it's really interesting. I would watch a 4-hour Pokemon speedrun where someone meticulously describes every single moment of their run than someone trying to do a bloody skibbity toilet bit for 5 minutes. Like, that's the kind of thing that I'd prefer to watch in my speed. Yeah, shout outs to Viper UK. Great speedrunner. You definitely should. Anyone can submit. Anyone can submit speedruns. Anyone can speedrun. It doesn't matter if you're high up on the board. It doesn't matter if you're, if you're dead last. So what? I've submitted runs to speedrun.com whilst I've been dead last. Obviously we are nearly 5 minutes behind PB. So we will not be concluding this run. Instead, we can quit here. This is the last opportunity to quit before the credits. So we're going to take that opportunity.
Reset.
He does make them interesting. And as I say, the thing that is I don't find racing games interesting. I kind of don't see the point of a racing speedrun, because you're playing a game where already the idea is to go as fast as possible. Like, for me, speedrunning is interesting because you're playing a game as fast as possible and doing things that aren't intended to beat it as fast as possible. It's a different way of playing the game. With a racing speedrun, you're actually, for the most part, playing the game exactly as intended. The intention is to go as fast as possible. Obviously, the difference with that is when you've got runs that have got exploits and glitches and stuff like that. Like Mario Kart Wii is absolutely fantastic to watch because it's full of glitches and out of bounds, and it's really good to watch. Yeah, if you've got someone like Viper UK who's really knowledgeable and can talk about those runs, then it becomes really interesting. RPGs are the same. I've now done 2 RPGs. Obviously, I'm doing an RPG with Jay Cocoon at the moment, but they don't particularly interest me because they're not that high octane. There's not a lot happening a lot of the time. There's not that many. Some of them have got glitches. Obviously, Jay Cocoon's got the Hunter's Warp, so it does have some glitches, but most of the time it's just sit there watching numbers go up and down. But when you've got someone who's really interesting, really knowledgeable, then it's really good. And for that reason, I always feel that one of my strongest speedruns, certainly for marathons, and the reason why I keep going back to it and keep submitting it over and over again to different marathons, is Klonoa 2. Because I know the game inside and out. I can talk about, not only can I talk about the game for hours on end, I can also talk about my history with it. I have a long history with it. If you ever watch me do more than, if you ever watch more than one of my Klonoa marathon runs, you will hear the exact same stories every time. I will always talk about the fact that it came out in 2001. I will always talk about it was the demo disc that I got with my PS2. I'll always talk about the fact that it was my mum that bought the game. But those stories work, and it makes the run interesting, and it makes it something fun. And I find that more valuable than memes and jokes. Obviously, we have some memes, we have some jokes on the stream as well. We've got Eli bouncing up and down is always a bit of fun. But I like to think I strike a nice balance between sincerity and humor. And that's my kind of my kind of entertainment. That nice balance in between sincerity, humor. There we are, slap bang in the middle. Maybe a little leaning over towards one side. Maybe leaning over to the other side at other times. Depends on the game. Depends on what we're playing. But yeah, just to sort of, I'd say go back to Ryden's point about wondering about submitting. Well, if they give the people what they want, I guess. I haven't done a shirt show today. That's another. I wouldn't say it's a meme. That's another bit. It is a bit that I do occasionally. We show off the t-shirt. Today's t-shirt is my League of Legends Amumu Making Friends t-shirt. It is. This is an old t-shirt. This was either a Christmas present or a birthday present from Heidi, and the thing with this is I think we missed the delivery, and either we missed the delivery and we had to and I had to go to the post office to collect it, or it might have been the year that we lived in KD Tower in Hemel Hempstead. They've got a foyer. So all the posts got delivered to the postmaster at the in the foyer, in the lobby. Yeah, we used to have a lobby. It was beautiful. I loved living in there. We lived there for less than 12 months, but it was a really nice apartment, really nice building. So I'm pretty sure like it might have been that I had to collect some mail from him, and in there was one of my Christmas presents from Heidi, and it was this t-shirt. And the thing is these used to be made by, I think it was a company called Jinx, something like that. And they always send their packages out in Jinx branded parcel bags. So Christmas is coming up. This guy hands over this package to me. It's got Jinx. And when I say Jinx, I don't mean Jinx the champion from League of Legends. I mean a company, I think it was GINX. A package that's clearly some item of clothing in Jinx parcel bag, and I immediately go, I know exactly what t-shirt that is. Because I knew that if Heidi was buying me anything from Jinx, it would be League of Legends related. And if she was going to, at that time, because obviously I occasionally see adverts for what they're selling on their site. At that time, I was a massive Amumu fan. I still am. Amumu is one of my favorite champions. But at that time, Amumu was like my main. It was my favorite champion in the game. And yeah, I knew this t-shirt was a thing. So as soon as I got it, I held it in my hands, knowing it was a Christmas present. Like, pretty sure I know exactly which t-shirt this is, and I was not wrong. Yeah, it's a lovely t-shirt about Amumu. If you don't know League of Legends, Amumu is a sad mummy who woke up one day in a pyramid, mummified. Had no idea how he got there, no idea who he was. Clearly, he died and been mummified and came back to life. Had no idea about his past or his history, and runs off into the world trying to make some friends. But eventually learns that he's had a curse placed on him that will forever see him alone. That's why he's called Amumu the Sad Mummy. Amumu the Sad Mummy, Amumu the Cursed Mummy. When did you become daddified? Daddy. I mean, I guess the day my son was born. So yeah, he's very sad. It's very sad. Can't make friends. He's cursed to never make friends. So here he is making essentially making voodoo dolls of friends. And on the back of the t-shirt is some of the dolls that he's made. This is going to be difficult. I don't know because I can't turn around and see. Oh yeah, that kind of works. You can kind of see. I think Sona's on there, Misfortune's on there, Draven's on there. Tryndamere might be on there. I can't remember who else, but I can't see. Yeah, he is. I've got a cuddly Amumu somewhere. I don't know. I actually don't know where my cuddly Amumu is. I've got a cuddly Amumu. I've got a few League of Legends cuddly toys. Got my giant Poro. This is Piff. This is Piff the Poro. He's lovely. Sticks his tongue out. Bleh. Love Poros. For our mine and Heidi's wedding topper on our cake for our wedding, we commissioned a woman in Canada who makes custom wedding toppers out of clay. So she makes them out of clay and then paints them and all that. And we got her to do a bride and groom poro. So two little poros, one with a little hat and a bow tie, and other with a wedding veil. It was perfect. It cost us like 120 quid, but it was absolutely worth it because it was beautiful. They're on the shelf above my TV downstairs, pride and place right in the center of the room because they're beautiful. They're so lovely. I'll get them out and show them one day. You can go up there. Piff. I think that's it for League of Legends stuff that I have. My immediate vicinity, all of my League of Legends stuff is down in the bottom of that cabinet. Yeah. All right. Time we on? 20 to 10 already. I mean, we did have a bit of a rough start. How is the stream looking, by the way, folks? I've kind of tried to keep an eye on like YouTube and Twitch to say I can't see any errors. I've had 598 dropped frames since we've started, which accounts for 0.2%, which is very minimal. So hopefully we're in a good position. I seem to be back on figuring it out. The only I made one mistake today, which I keep forgetting. I've been doing a load of Speedrun Tools UK stuff today. If you're on Blue Sky and you follow me on Blue Sky, you'll see I put a post out today. 16:9 3-player layout is now done. Added this new music player that's now built into it, so you don't need to use Spotify or Music B or whatever. It just plays music and displays the track name, artist, and album art. I even added the album art as well, from an internet radio station. So yeah, I've been working on that all throughout the day today, alongside doing work. And then at the end of the day, when I then stopped on my computer to go pick up Alex and do and have dinner and all of that, I put my computer to sleep, and then woke my computer up, and then started doing OES stuff. And I do find sometimes if I've been doing stuff with Node.cg, because it's processes that run in the background of the computer and they're always running and stuff, sometimes when you shut it down, there's still stuff that lingers. And what I should do is, if I've been doing anything like that and I know I'm then going to stream, I really should shut the whole thing down and start up again. But I didn't today. So, but I do think I might have figured out the network balance again, which is good. All right, we're going to take a short break, and then we'll come back. We're just going to do another run of this. I said that maybe we'd have a look at normal difficulty or anything else like that, but clearly this needed a bit of practice. Only thing I do want to check before the break: do I have a save file for the end? Smoke break. Me and Heidi were talking about smoking the other day. I can't remember why the topic came up. I don't know why we were talking about smoking. I haven't had a cigarette since my stag do. My stag do was the last time I had a cigarette. And I was not a smoker beforehand. I was not a smoker. I used to smoke when I was drinking, and even then, not every time. That was it. Outside of that, I barely touched them. And I never vaped. Heidi, a few years ago, Heidi got quite heavy into vaping, but she stopped. She stopped as well. It's expensive. And also not that it would have affected her because she actually bought a proper vape, but the disposable vape ban comes into the UK very, very shortly. I think it's the 1st of June, actually. From the 1st of June, disposable vapes in the UK will be banned. And it's an interesting position that I have with it, because as some of you may know, when I have talked about it, I work in the convenience and grocery sector. In an office, I work for one of the companies that looks after convenience stores and grocery stores and stuff like that. I don't work in a shop. I work for the on the administrative side of it. And in communication. So I've actually been reporting on and putting out communications about the fact that this vaping ban's coming in. And of course, all the sort of, because I'm on that side of the industry, all of the stuff that I get from that and I read about that is all very negative, because it's like, there's since vaping took off, across particularly convenience, not so much like, your bigger groceries, not like supermarkets, but across smaller convenience stores, vaping is huge. It is a far bigger market than nicotine and tobacco. It completely dwarfs tobacco now, because everyone switched to vaping. But so much of that is down to disposable vapes, because they're very easy, they're relatively cheap, the margins are incredibly high on them. Because you buy them in bulk in relatively cheaply, and you can put a big margin on the upsell. So yeah, there are a lot of convenience stores out there that make an awful lot of money from disposable vapes, and in less than 2 weeks they're going to be banned. So yeah, on that side of it, I do kind of feel a little bit for those stores and all of that, and it's the industry I work in. On the other hand, Heidi's a teacher. Heidi has had to deal with students with disposable vapes. Fuck disposable vapes. I'm very pleased that they're getting banned. I have no problem at all with vaping devices. You know, if you want to buy a vape and get the oil and do it all that way, absolutely fine. No issue with that. It's, you know, there are still risks with it. There's still addiction risks. There's still some health risks with it, but obviously it's nowhere near as bad as smoking. It certainly wouldn't say it's healthy. Yeah, it's not. Vaping's not healthy. I wouldn't say vaping is particularly unhealthy. I mean, you got to make sure you buy from somewhere reputable so that, you know, you're not getting just shit thrown in there. And that's obviously has been a problem with cigarettes and drugs and stuff in the past. But I certainly wouldn't call vaping's not healthy. No one, I can't imagine any doctor would suggest, oh yeah, you'll feel better if you have a vape. That's just not realistic. But I have no problem with vaping anyway. I've vaped before when Heidi vaped for a while. I occasionally have one, or friends who vape and they've said, oh, do you want to try it? I'm like, yeah, I'll try it. Oh, this is actually really, it's pleasant. It's a much nicer experience than smoking. You know, it's not, you don't have one, you know, after your first, particularly because I only social smoked. I only smoked when I was drinking. So, you know, my first cigarette, I probably hadn't had one for 2 or 3 months by the time I then came to one. So the very first one you always have after that long is, oh, there goes the back of my throat. And then after that, you sort of get into it. Venom Snake had an electronic cigar. And there's a really good game theory from the theorists on YouTube about how it could be a narcotic. It could be, I can't remember if it was marijuana or if it was something else. But basically they use the fact that whenever you use the vape, time slows down. Well, no, time speeds up, because that's how you speed up time in Phantom Pain. I think it might have been that. I think their suggestion was that it's weed and that he's high, because one of the side effects of being high, if it is weed, is a sense of time moving by quicker. And so they kind of sort of linked it to that. So it's a very interesting watch. I highly recommend having a watch of it. But yeah, disposable vapes, no, they are clearly marketed at children and teenagers because of the way that they are colourful and the flavours and all of that. They are an absolute disaster for the environment. And yeah, I don't care enough about the convenience stores that are going to suffer when this is just a bad product for everyone involved. So, sorry, industry I work for. I don't give a fuck. Right, before we go to the break then, I wanted to have a quick look at the end. Because I just wanted to have a look and see, when I did the tutorial stream for this, I completely screwed up trying to do the fast version. I went back and watched, and I did see where I was going wrong. I wanted to see if I can remember it and if I can do it. The way I was going wrong is you do have to throw at least one stun grenade. I thought you did it without any stun grenade throws at all, but you do still have to throw, I think you just throw the one. So you run up to here, you have to shoot the end in the head twice very quickly. Then you throw a stun grenade. Oh. Okay, so that's not it. Maybe no, you do throw it. You do shoot him twice with a stun grenade. Sure, it was twice and then throw a stun grenade. I might have to look it up. Yeah, there we go. Because then there's the RNG of whether he shoots you or not. There you go. And then every other shot after that has to be a headshot. Or maybe you throw... Actually, I think you can throw one stun grenade, but it's actually it's safer to throw two. Because you saw how much health he had left. It just that last shot needed to be a headshot. Yeah, the difficulty with this version of the fight is getting that, and the reason it failed the first time and he ran away is because I didn't do the second shot quickly enough. There we go, and now I'll be able to finish him off. There you go. In fact, two headshots like that. So yeah, you do still have to throw stun grenades, but it is a lot quicker because, like, in the other version, like, you're having to dodge the first shot. You have to throw 3 stun grenades at him, and there's a lot of waiting around, like waiting for him to get up, waiting for him to shoot and dodging the shot. So that way's a lot quicker. So that was good. I might actually try and put that into the next run. I'm going to load that save once more and just give it one more crack. But we might try that in the next run because that was easier than I remember. As I say, I completely screwed that up when I tried to do it in the tutorial stream, and eventually I just said you just have to. I'll find a clip and I'll put it in the description. Because that's still a relative. That strat is only like a year old. That's not an old strat. That was a strat that was developed after I stepped away from very easy and focused on European Extreme. The other advantage of this strat is that you start with the easy gun. You don't have to dodge. You don't have to dodge the end's first shot because you just run up to him. So, again, I keep forgetting to unequip it. So yeah, normally if you were using the stun grenades here, you'd have to run up to the tree and hide behind it. But with this one, you just run straight to here. There we go. He can shoot you there. It is RNG whether he shoots you there. Now, I need at least one of those needed to be a headshot, and none of them were. I really should make the first one a headshot, because, like, you've got time. So let's try that again. But yeah, being shot is just RNG. Sometimes he shoots you, sometimes he doesn't. There's not much you can do. You just kind of have to hope. There you go. So yeah, let's put that into the next run. Hopefully. I feel fairly confident. We're going to take a short break, and yeah, when we come back, we will round 2. See you in a few. Oh, welcome back, everybody, to Thursday Night Metal Gear here on the Nick RP stream. We are doing some Metal Gear Solid 3 very easy practice because I'm showcasing it at Speedromizer in a few weeks' time. Not this weekend, not next weekend, not the weekend after that, but the weekend after that. 4 weekends time. I don't know when yet. I haven't had the schedule has not been released yet. As soon as I know, you'll know. But now let's get back to the man himself, me. Why did I choose to say it like that? It's me. Hey. Welcome back to me. That's one of the words Alex has learnt lately. Me. Managed to teach him what me meant, which teaching the word me is really difficult because, like, I'll point to a picture of him and I'll say, "Who's that?" And you know, he'll say he won't say anything, he won't know. And I say, "That's me," but it's not me, it's him. But I can't say you, that's you, because then he'll say you, and no, it's not you. It's not me, it's you. So yeah, you kind of have to point to a picture of Alex and say, "That's me," and he'll go, "Me." And now every time I point to a picture of him, he'll say me. The only thing is I don't know what we don't this is what I mean. What I don't know is if he recognizes that that is him in the picture, or if he thinks that that is a person called me. That is a baby and he doesn't know what he looks like. And he just thinks that this picture of this baby and the baby is called me. But one word he definitely now knows is mine. So I'm hoping that mine and me kind of, he sort of puts those two together. Alex, that's me, as in this is the avatar I created on my Nintendo Wii. Yeah, he definitely knows mine. He knows mine, but he doesn't quite know what it means. Whenever he wants something now, he'll say mine. Like if he'll point to the TV remote and he'll want to grab it and he'll go mine. I think he thinks that like mine is I want this, not this does actually belong to me. So we're definitely in that phase now, but it's so much fun. Like, yeah, sometimes it's a little annoying. Sometimes he'll scream when he doesn't get what he wants, but there's so much fun in it. Ah, it's great. It's great being a dad. If you ever have the opportunity, would highly, highly recommend it. It's not easy. Certainly make sure you're prepared. I say if you ever have the opportunity, I'm saying it like, it's like, playing Metal Gear Solid. Oh yeah, if you've got the opportunity to play Metal Gear Solid, do it. It's like having a kid. No, I mean if you properly have the opportunity, you are in a comfortable, stable relationship. And you think that you could do it. Do it. It is the best thing that's ever happened to me having a son. Wouldn't trade it for the world. Oh. Right. And similarly, going back to a conversation we had earlier, if you ever have the opportunity, do a speedrun and post it to the boards. Just make sure it's a speedrun. It's the only thing I'd say. I kind of said before that anyone can speedrun, even if you're going to be dead last, post it. It doesn't matter. The only caveat I put to that is make sure it's actually a speedrun. Don't do a casual run and think, well, it'll be last on the boards, but I'm submitting it. No, do actually make it a speed run, and submit it. Even if you're not using skips or glitches, as long as you're going fast, that's the important thing. Right, 3, 2, 1. Take it away, Snake.
After the end of World War Start. The world was split into two, East and West.
Oh,
This marked the beginning of the.
excuse me, I'm on the Dr. Pepper again, and it's made me a bit gassy. Do apologize. How rude. All right, round 2. Here we go. Jungle action. Nya, 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 nya. Nya, 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 nya. Bling, 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 bling. All right, and now we're off. Now it feels like the run starts. God, it's such a departure from Jade Cocoon, where the first 10 minutes is just button mashing through through cutscenes and codecs, and I keep calling them codecs. It's just dialogue. I'm just so used to calling it cutscenes and codecs, or codecs and cutscenes. Any dialogue in any video game for me is just a codec. Oh. Good news, by the way. My my run of Jade Cocoon that I PB'd on Tuesday night, I submitted it to the leaderboards and it has been accepted, meaning they have accepted the DuckStation settings that I used. So I'm kind of hoping that I mean, what I might do, I might make a post on the forums to say, hi, this got accepted. I figured if anyone else wanted to do this, they might want to know what settings to use on DuckStation. So yeah, I was pretty pleased with that. Obviously, that practice will continue because the marathon still got to do it in the marathon. I was saying before that I'd be tempted now to submit Jade Cocoon to other stuff, to other marathons, just because I haven't got a lot that I want to run at the moment, particularly if it's a marathon that I've already done before. I'm not a big fan of submitting the same game twice to a marathon. I don't think I've ever done that, actually. I'm trying to think. I don't think I've ever ran the same game at twice. The only it doesn't really count, but I have ran Twin Snakes twice for GDQ. But the first time was for Hotfix and the second time was for Summer Games 2023. But I don't think, as I don't think I've ever ran the same game twice for the same marathon. Obviously, I've done multiple games multiple times across different marathons, but not the same game for the same marathon. So I'd be tempted to start submitting Jade Cocoon, because it is a really interesting speedrun. That was weird. I thought I'd completely screwed up the menu there, but apparently not. Because we're on the second run, even though it's load and remove times, it doesn't affect the actual time of the run. But the load time should be reduced now because a lot of the game's memory, well, my RAM now has the game's memory stored, so a lot of the loading times are a lot quicker. So we should have a faster RTA than the previous run. Not that I know what the final RTA was because we didn't watch the credits. So certainly, if there are any RPG-based online marathons, RGB Limit Break is on at the moment, which I would not be able to submit to because that's live in America. Obviously, I can't go. But certainly, if there are any online RPG speedrunning marathons that I've not done before, I would be very tempted to submit Jade Cocoon. Partly because it'd be interesting to get in front of a different audience. It'd be a very different audience, I would think, in a dedicated RPG speedrun marathon. You know, you got to really like RPG speedruns if you want to go there. And I don't. I'm not a fan of RPG speedruns, but I've certainly Pokemon was a good first step. But with Jay Cocoon, I have a much better appreciation of them. I still don't think I particularly like them. I still think they're a bit dull. Depends on the game. It depends on what happens in it. But I do have a much better appreciation of RPG speedruns. Right, I'm going to concentrate on this fight this time. Not going to hit the raid boss. I'm going to instantly throw a stun grenade through the window. Nice. There we go. That is the fastest version of the Ocelot unit. That was wonderful. I love that. I love that strat. It's so good. It's crazy how that has evolved since I started running it. Since I first learned this run, that fight has evolved twice. Which is just one more reason why I really, really needed to put out that tutorial video, because it was the old one was so outdated with that strat, with the end strat, there was just a lot of strats that were a bit outdated. Alright, into Bolshire Pass South. Let's try not to get electrocuted this time. That slowed me down a little bit. In the first one, didn't it? Like getting electrocuted. It's not ideal. Do you know what happens when a snake gets electrocuted? Gets struck by lightning? The same thing that happens to everything else. Cool. That was a much better run of that room. I did not get electrocuted. Oh yeah. Good job picking up where that quote came from. It was indeed intended as an X-Men reference. No, oh, snake! Ah, this bloody thing. It's a slight time loss for the restart there. Oh, come on.
Not bad, eh? Oh, get away.
Terrible. Awful. 21 seconds behind. Is that genuinely true? Because yeah, if that's genuinely true, then yeah, that actually does add. Wow. How did no one spot that line made no sense without the original context? With that context, that line makes sense. No, it doesn't. It makes no sense whatsoever without that context. so tempted to reset after that Ocelot fight. That was awful. Just that lockout that you just sometimes get if you start trying to aim before you've got a weapon out. It's very finicky. Right, let's see if I can make up for the previously really bad. Oh, he's decided to do a dodge roll first. I'm a little worried about being... Okay, it's fine. Okay, not too bad. Not too bad. I didn't make up any time. I actually lost more time. Again, still having that lockout occasionally, which is really annoying. I'm good. J Cocoon one was really good on Tuesday. Got a about something like 2.5 minute PB. Now beat 55 minutes was 50. In fact, beat 54 minutes as well. It was 53:53 in the end, which put me 4th on the leaderboard by 1 second. 1 second ahead of 5th place. But the main point being is the verifiers accepted the run. So the settings that I did with Duck Station, the fast disk speed, they were happy with that. I haven't had any communication or anything. All I know is they accepted it. It got verified. So yeah, I'm pleased with that. The 2 reasons for being pleased with that is A, it means we can just continue to use Duck Station. B, it means I no longer need to do that intro. Every time we did the run, I'd do that intro about here's what settings I've used and here's how we're doing it. And nope, don't need to do it. It's already been verified. But I probably will do a post on their forum at some point to say, by the way, this is what I've done. It's been verified. Figured that I should actually give some instruction as to what it is I've done so that other people can do it as well. That's a gold split, but only because I didn't switch weapons first. Swim over. We want to get spotted here. There we go. So we get spotted there so that the call for backup gets interrupted and is delayed. So I can get in here without the guards coming in and causing me problems. Down here, grab cardboard box. Shoot that guy. Roll up some stairs. Blaze that trail. I think for any runners returning and seeing that, they might be pleased to know that there is a stable emulator that isn't going to crash. Because I did, ahead of doing some more runs, I did watch the world record, which was a few years ago. And the runner, throughout the run, there were certain moments. It wasn't like they were just constantly on edge. There were very specific moments they've experienced crashes before, and they were like really hoping it wasn't going to crash. Obviously, I knew it wasn't going to crash because I was watching the world record run. But yeah, putting people's mind at ease with an emulator that isn't going to crash on you is always a good thing. Particularly because I tried to run the game on the PS Vita, I know what that crash looks like. I know exactly what happens, and it's the game just freezes. You go into a loading screen and nothing happens. It just doesn't come out the other end. If only we had lab. Well, you say that. Lab split was getting pretty damn annoying. trying to land that lab skip, it was just horrible. I did not enjoy that experience. It was one of those things that early on it was going pretty well, but the more I did it and the more I practiced it, the worse it got. Those were always the worst ones. I'm going to go back to doing this way, which is where I grab the there's always a safer way. It's always safer to grab the handkerchief on the way out, because if you get an alert on the way out, it doesn't matter. It's not going to... It'll slow you down slightly because you might have to bump into some guards or whatnot, but it's not going to completely... It's not going to completely derail the run by, not allowing you to go into the... by going into Sokolov's... Not Sokolov. Granin's lab. Granin's office. That's what... New tech is neat. It's just kind of frustrating because it's the exact same problem I had with the 3DS version. Getting through lab skip was just awful in the 3DS version. So here we go. I've got an alert now, but it doesn't matter. It's not slowing me down. You know what's going to be even more infuriating now? Someone's going to find lab skip in Delta, and we're all going to have to try and bloody do it. That's the thing, because the PS2 versions, and it's only like the PAL versions, you can't do it in a lot of the other versions of the game, so it's never been much of a problem. Yeah. Oh, nice. Here he comes. See if I can not make a mess of this time. Shit. Nope, I did make a mess of it because I forgot to take a step forwards. Let's try this again then. It's only the Master Collection version. Only the Master Collection version you have to take a step forwards. It's almost like the the game loads slightly faster because the game is loading slightly faster. Everyone's positions at the start of the fight is slightly different. It's very weird. It's another timeline. It would be nice to try and get somewhat close to a PB. Certainly with this time or not. We'll see where I'm at after the end. Didn't need to roll into there. A minute and over a minute behind. I know I know I'm currently working on trying to do some sort of charity marathon associated with the release of Speedrun Tours UK. It'd be great as a closer to close with the speedrun of Delta, but with it being August that the game's released, I don't really want to wait that long. screwed that I went to the wrong item because we're going for the faster version of this. So let's see if we can put it in. Obviously this isn't going to catch me up because I'm already behind, but it might at least give me a gold split if it goes right. Boom! 2 seconds faster. That is the best I've ever done. At the end, that's the fastest end. That's the fastest end fight I've ever had in a run. Because it's very easy difficulty. So it will automatically be faster than European Extreme. So that was without a doubt the fastest end fight I've ever done ever in a run. Say in practice I might have done slightly quicker, but that was nice. That was really good. I feel a lot more confident with that now. Let's see if we get an angel heal. I've been going for the angel heals. So there's a thing called the angel heal, which the easy gun has a slim chance to heal any injuries that you have. So there is a slim chance as we go up the ladder that the poison that I've got might get cured. Say that. Still a minute behind. It could be poisoned like a Pokemon. I like that you know, anyone can be poisoned. I like that it has to be specifically like a Pokemon. He is Ekans backwards, that's true. I love confusing the fuck out of that guard. You just can't quite get the same effect with that one. It just doesn't quite work as well. I know I've got stun grenades left, so I don't need to grab that one. I only need to grab that stun grenade if you've got none left. Caw-caw. That guy live? No, he didn't. Nope. No, he did not. We'll let that one live. That guy can live. Oh. Oh. good room. Apart from trying to dive in to grab the grab the RPG. Oh, I kind of slipped on the corner there. That was awkward. I've got to stop equipping the cardboard box when I get onto that little bit of ledge. Doesn't save any time. It's completely useless. Fairly good movement through there. Still no angel heal. Nice. Oh. +0, 0. Love it. All right, let's fight the Fury. Can you feel the Fury? It's on the right. Oh, no, snake right. Again, okay RNG. Clearly in my PB I had perfect RNG. I don't know why I rolled there. That was weird. A new persona. That persona thing. Oh, come on. Nick. You know what I never really properly appreciated? How in, like, Portable Ops and, Peace Walker, and actually, I think, Ghost Babel, you had to push a button to lean up against a wall. Oh, we've got slow Rykov, unfortunately. I shot him rather than distracted him. So gotta go and grab him. It's a bit slower. Did you feel the fury? That is my favorite. That's my favorite fury line. When you die. He's dead already? Did you feel the fury? It's like, who are you making this pun at? The answer is the player, because the characters know they're in a video game. No, I do not want that. I want that. Bloody opened the wrong menu. Terrible. Oh, I didn't turn quite as far there. Oh. Yeah, I didn't turn quite as far there, so it didn't go as fast. That's better. Yeah, it was a little slow.
Sir.
Yeah, in that instance where he's like, did you feel the fury? Like, it's clearly some sort of, it's aimed to be some sort of joke line or pun. Because, like, he's saying his name. But there's no one there. Snake's dead. Who's he delivering that pun to? Is he, like, just, like, you know, making puns for his own amusement? Anyway, I'm going to eat a Twix. Enjoy. Enjoy watching me eat this Twix. Mmm. Yummy. Yeah, just a single. I think they are. I can't actually remember the last time I bought a full Twix. I'm assuming these are. There's nothing that suggests that it's not just a normal Twix. It's like some sort of special Twix biscuit or something. It's just one of those ones you get in the aisle with all the lunchbox fillers. Can't pick a side if there's only one side.
You're a tough one. But even
Let's have some game audio back.
And I am a patient man.
Patient man. 144.75. Oh, look at that. I got another gold split on Torture. This should be a gold split. Told ya. Wow, that's awesome. Surely that's just like an anomaly with the data. It's just like did everyone eat the right 1 second, or was it completely random? It's really nice that guards gunfire doesn't explode barrels, only snakes. It'd be a really awkward moment there. If a guard's gunfire... I love the way he climbs down that ladder. It's really disappointing when he comes out the other side. He's like... I want to see him like shuffle. Oh. Got to mash rather than hold. I was about to say not mash. I did not see that. Certainly didn't get mine in the post. I'm a world record holder in this game after all. I'm not important enough. There is one more trick. I might try this next run instead. There is one more trick you can do to speed up the sorrow. Rather than going for the handkerchief, is as soon as you gain control of Snake after Torture, is immediately equip the cigar and lower Snake's health as much as possible with the cigar. The advantage of the handkerchief is it's really quick to get to in the menu. I'm pretty sure the cigar would still be slower than that. You might have 2K subscribers, but what's his average viewer count? I've got over 1,000 subscribers, but I can't. I'll never be able to get in on anything because I don't have I don't have a high enough concurrent viewer count. It's always going to be my problem doing anything on Twitch. Yeah, I didn't get shot this time. That was nice. It was a good roll onto the waterfall as well, actually. It has, I've got to say, it has been nice seeing Konami actually do stuff with this. You know, like, there wasn't really much hurrah or humph with the release of the Master Collection, partly because the Master Collection was announced on the back of the remake. If I recall correctly, it was announced at the same time. Mast. Yeah, if I recall correctly, they showed off the trailer for Delta. Then they talked about, this was at the Game Awards, and they talked a little bit about Delta, and then at the end of that presentation, they then said, oh, and in addition, we're also bringing out the Master Collection Volume 1, which will have, you know, all these games. But yeah, so apart from, I guess the main reason why the Master Collection didn't get much hurrah or much attention from Konami is because it was overshadowed by the fact that they were remaking 3. Whoops. That's the correct time. So it is nice to see that they are doing stuff, and the fact that they've got David Hayter so enthusiastic about it, because David has been, I'm not sure bitter's the right word. He was clearly very disappointed that Kojima decided to pass him over for Kiefer Sutherland in MGS5. So it's been really nice seeing him get involved, and he's clearly really enjoying it again. That's what happens when you don't get a headshot. Second half of that fight was better. All right, now we're on free to do whatever the heck we want. So I'm just going to equip the easy gun and do nothing. I think it's very difficult to say what is. I think so, yeah. As in, you know, as much as I love Kojima, I love Kojima. I love his games. I love Death Stranding. I do still think. I think not only was it a mistake, I think it was a missed opportunity. I think what absolutely should have happened is, spoiler alert for the Phantom Pain, which is a 9-year-old game at this point. But anyway, the character you play as in the Phantom Pain is not Big Boss. It turns out it's a doppelganger, and you don't know this until the very end of the game. And at the very end of the game, you you replay the opening of the game, but with this new, with the new knowledge that you are not Big Boss. The guy you're following is Big Boss, and it shows. The opening hospital section that's so difficult, it's not even included in the speedrun. But yeah, it shows some extra cutscenes of what happens with Big Boss before you like wake up and deal with it all. And I think the missed opportunity there was it would have completely subverted fan expectations and kind of made fans go, whoa, okay, is if the real big boss at that point had then been David Hayter again, because that would have then been the whole, oh, there was it wasn't just you wanted to dick over here, it was, you know, you were subverting expectations, and as much as it still would have been a bit crummy that it wasn't David Hayter, it would have made sense in universe. So I do think that was a missed opportunity. The speedrun removes it because it is completely on rails. There is absolutely nothing you can do to speed it up. Certainly not that's been found. Oh, that's a bit. I think I've got to wait for these guards now. Oh, that was good. Yeah, there's absolutely nothing you can do in the hospital sequence to speed it up, and there is no speedrun strategy. There is nothing to speed it up, no speed tech or anything. It is just a 20... Is it 20 minutes? I don't actually know. Of just get from A to B whilst you wait for the game to make progress. And it's completely boring. There's nothing to do. There's nothing to see. So for that reason, speedruns of Phantom Pain start at Afghanistan. That moment where you and Ocelot arrive on the top of that cliff in Afghanistan, and you know he says let the legend continue or whatever, and you then gain control. That's the start of the speedrun. So yeah, the runners just have a file saved. I mean, there is a category that does include the hospital sequence. You can do it, and there is a category for it. But the main category, that's it. Let the legend come back to life. That's the line. Thank you. So yeah, there are categories that do it, because there is a full game category. Because that's the other thing. The main category of did I shoot that guy in midair again? And that was weird. The main speedrun category for Phantom Pain is only Act 1. It doesn't include Act 2 and that's because Act 2 is a little all over the place. Act 2, it's difficult for Act 2 to have a definitive end, because there's like 3 different endings for Act 2. Oh yeah, Snake's popularity is absolutely tied to David. And yeah, as someone already ow. And as one of you already mentioned, the other part about all of that is Kiefer didn't even have that many lines. Snake is not particularly talkative in Phantom Pain. I do, but certainly when it comes to the voice acting, I do much prefer the voice acting of one to Twin Snakes. Damn it, I was I was trying to go for the fact there's a faster strat for this. We usually wait for Eva's tires to squeal, but you don't have to. You can, as I showed, as I showed there, you can shoot her. You can shoot it a lot earlier. But I just messed up shooting the tread again. I mean, I recall at the time Kiefer being involved in like press junkets and stuff about it, but you don't hear much about it these days. Not like, you know, David is still doing so much with it. I mean, obviously now he is because it's kind of been revived a little bit. But that's because, you know, Hater is primarily a, well, I'd say, I was about to say David Hater is primarily a voice actor. He's not. He's primarily a screenwriter. Oh, and indeed extremely passionate about the series. Absolutely loves it. I mean, a long time ago, we're going back, he was literally in X-Men. I mean, he co-wrote X-Men 1 and 2, and so he made a cameo in a blink and you'll miss it cameo in X-Men 1. It's one of the security guards in the lighthouse in the Statue of Liberty, I believe it is. He should have said it. Do you know what happens when a toad gets struck by lightning? The same thing that happens to everyone else. My terrible Snake impression. I just can't be arsed with it. I can't be arsed with anything in this bike chase. We're having too much fun. I did learn recently that there's a if you stay in the Snake Eater camera on European Extreme, if you stay in the Snake Eater camera and have the Mark 22, it clearly doesn't work with the Easy Cam, you can easily shoot the middle, like that. You can easily shoot that guy without having to aim. Because the middle guy is an absolute terror in European Extreme. That is correct. I mean, someone just said that. When you say someone just said that, am I now missing chat messages again? Yes, we discovered this. We discovered this in some, I say in some testing. It was just, oh, someone you were watching a while back. Was it me? Because I was the one who discovered it. Yes, I did a run, and with fresh splits, and in that run, I didn't hit the log. I did another run. Where I did hit the log, and I got a gold split by 1/10 of a second. Pretty sure it was me. I've talked about it quite a bit before. Yeah, by 1/10 of a second is faster to get hit by the log. The other time save that you get out of it is you don't have to open the menu to equip a weapon. Well, that couldn't have been me then. You know what doesn't work? Trying to shoot guards like this. This is not This is not working for me at all. It's fun to try, but it's very inefficient. And the oh, this camera shake is awful. There we go. I got a few there. I don't know. I don't know yet. I understand that once you pick one, you won't be able to change part way through. I think I'll probably go modern because I want to see what it's like. I want to see the difference. It depends. They still haven't, like, we still don't know the full details of exactly what it means. So I think it'll be interesting to see what happens when we know. I'm going to assume the speedrun leaderboards are going to be split between the two. At the very least, if they're not, any run you submit will probably need a variable that says which one you used. But I would guess they probably split it. There's no point in splitting like Snake Eater and Subsistence cams because you can change them on the fly and use both of them. But in a run where, you know, you only get to choose one and you have to use it. We do have this piss filter. There are some mods out there for the Master Collection, which like fix the coloring. They do make it a bit more realistic lighting, and yes, kind of remove the piss filter. I mean, heck, there's a Minecraft mod for this, which like redoes so many textures are redone as though it's Minecraft. It looks crazy. Come on, Eva. All right, we're off. And a gold split as well. That's nice. I haven't looked too much into the modding scene for Oblivion. I understand there are some mods for Oblivion, but it's a lot, like, Bethesda aren't officially supporting mods this time around. Back when I played Oblivion on PC originally, I never modded it. I did mod Skyrim a little bit, but it was only like quality of life stuff. It was like, there was a Skyrim PC mod that gave you the inventory system of Oblivion, because the Skyrim inventory mod was like tailored for consoles and it was shit on PC. I mean, that probably isn't a difficult mod to do. That's just a texture swap. I've modded Ground Zeroes. I've modded Ground Zero. I've used mods in Ground Zero. I've not made my own Ground Zeroes mod. Let's just be clear there. You can. There's a few. There's a few character model swaps you can do in Ground Zeroes. It's like you can play as Kojima if you want to. You can play as Miller. Miller's model is available. Spot on boss again. Not quite sure how I can improve 2.5 seconds on that, but apparently I can. That was a much better run. Obviously, there were some issues towards the start, particularly with the Fear and Ocelot is where I lost most of that time. But we got time. We'll do one more. Do you reckon they're going to have new... You can indeed play Miller like a fiddle. I certainly hope they bring Secret Theatre back, because the Secret Theatre was wonderful. But more of that would be great. What I'd love is for them to incorporate... If they could incorporate MGS2 Secret Theatre. So MGS2 had a really cool Secret Theatre mode where you could play cutscenes, but you could change the character models of who was in those cutscenes. So like the one that occasionally does the rounds online is the final cutscene just as you beat Solidus, where the two of them, where Solidus and Raiden are fighting. You can swap both Solidus and Raiden's models. So like, yeah, you can have, and you can make it so that Raiden is, you can make it so that Raiden loses. There's loads of models that are, there were only, you couldn't just put any model on any cutscene. It was only a certain like number of cutscenes, and for each cutscene there were only certain models you could use. But they were really good. It was stuff like some of the best ones was where you could like change every single soldier to like an old lady or something like that. So you just got, you know, a whole battalion of old ladies. It was really fun. But what I'd like to see is, if they're coming back to redo voice lines, is redo that, because obviously it's only a character model. So if there were any voice lines in any of those cutscenes, it was still the original line. I'd love to see them do that again, but all record each other's lines, so that when you change the model, it also so, you know, imagine the boss giving her big speech, you know, go home, Jack. This is not the place for you, and all of that. But it's actually freaking Sigint. You know, it's Sigint saying it, and he's doing the voice lines. You know, or you know, some of Eva's sexy lines, but it's the pain. Yeah, that would be pretty damn good. But I mean, obviously, it depends. It depends who they're. Clearly, it's not the whole cast returning. It's just, you know, obviously, Hater, Laurie Allen's back. That video we saw earlier, I started watching it earlier in the day because I saw a bit of it, and I sort of watched the open. Realized it's the first time I've ever actually seen Laurie Allen in person. Laurie Allen is the voice of the boss, but she's also famous for a few other voices. She's also the voice of Pearl the Whale in SpongeBob SquarePants. And she was quite a long time ago. She was the voice of Diane Simmons, the co-anchor of Channel 5 News on Family Guy. She was killed off on Family Guy's first ever full HD widescreen episode, which is one of the best episodes of Family Guy as well. Spoofs Agatha Christie. It's a wonderful episode. But yeah, she's killed off at the end of it. Spoiler alert for a really old Family Guy episode. She's killed off at the end. But yeah, I've heard her voice so often. And watching that video, I was like, oh, I've never actually seen what Laurie Allen looks like. So that was, yeah, that's cool. Who's Jodie Benson? I can't remember who Jodie Benson. Jodie Benson's not. Is it Eva? Because that was the whole thing with for Jodie Benson. Then I've forgotten the name. Yeah, that was the whole interesting thing about Jodie Benson, is she was finally revealed to be the voice of Eva. She used an alias originally for her work as Eva. And it had until a video a couple of months ago, it had never been revealed who the voice of Eva actually was. Because if you search the alias on, Acting Guild, databases and stuff like that, it's clearly an alias. This person doesn't exist, and nobody knew who it was. And yeah, as Ryan Wiggers correctly said there, she was the voice of Ariel in the original Little Mermaid animated film. And the reason she used an alias is because not only was she Ariel, she's also a very respected and very experienced Disney voice actress. She's done a lot of Disney. Obviously, I know Disney does do some adult stuff, but mostly Disney children's films and a lot of voice acting in Disney cartoons and stuff like that. So coming across to do Metal Gear Solid 3, which it was at the time it was a 15. I'm assuming it had an M rating in America. I don't know what the rating was in America. She didn't she thought there could be backlash, because at that time video games, doing voice work for video games had then become respected, but there was still kind of that fine line. I think I remember hearing. She said that in the interview where she was revealed, wasn't she? As I say, by that time, video games had started to become more mainstream, and certainly voice acting in video games wasn't seen as some sort of weird thing. Not like Metal Gear Solid 1, for very famously, apart from David Hayter, pretty much every voice acting credit in Metal Gear Solid 1 is an alias. All of the voice actors used aliases in the credits for MGS1, except David Hayter, because at that time, voice acting for a video game still wasn't seen as respectable. It wasn't sort of in line, it didn't have the prestige of being in a TV show or in a movie, and no one at that time quite knew how it was going to be received, particularly if the game was a flop. If the game had been a massive flop and it had done terrible, then their careers could have ended. So that's why most of the, as I say, David Hayter was the only one who did it. I'm assuming David didn't, because this was his first voice acting gig, and he wasn't known as a voice actor at that point. He was known as a screenwriter. So him do voice acting in a video game didn't make much difference. I bet he didn't realize that was what was going to completely launch his voice acting career. So by the time of MGS3, there wasn't that stigma, but there was a danger that being associated with a violent war-based video game whilst being the voice of the Little Mermaid might come over a bit badly for Disney. It was kind of incredible that that was finally revealed to us in that. Did have a secret name based off Guyver, MacGyver. That has reminded me, actually. I was obviously we're talking about voice actors and stuff, and I also talked about modding Ground Zeroes. One of the other mods I did use for Ground Zeroes, which I then featured in a speedrun marathon. It's a proper roundabout way you have to do it. But you can put your own music into the music player on Ground Zeroes. Apparently on console it was really easy to do. I don't know if you can still do it. They might have patched it out. On console you could do it really easily, but on PC you couldn't. There wasn't an inbuilt function to add your own music to the iDroid on Ground Zeroes. But there was a mod, but it was a really roundabout way. Like you had to convert the music file to a very particular type of file, and then it had to be injected into certain files when the game's. It was a very long-winded way, but I did get it to work. And I was very pleased that I got it to work, because I used it for a marathon. I did Ground Zeroes for what the heck's that marathon called? It was a marathon that I was briefly a staff member for, until it turned out that one of the heads one of their heads of the marathon had was exposed as being extremely transphobic across social media, and he was given the boot. But it turned out that the other heads of the marathon had been made aware of it 6 months prior to it all coming out and being made public, and they'd sat on it and done nothing. And unsurprisingly, a lot of people were very pissed off. Me, loads of people walked. I'd only just joined. I'd been like staff for like a month or so. And yeah, as soon as I heard about that, I was like, "Oh, you just sat on one of your heads being extremely transphobic and not done anything about it for 6 months." Yeah, I don't think I want to be associated with this, and so I walked as well. I can't remember what the bloody marathon was called. It was a shame because it was like the first one I ever did for the first marathon I did with them. I did it a couple of times. They got really big really quickly. I think it was because like the head, not the guy who got kicked, but the top head of it, got like had a lot of connections with people. Is it faster than? I'm sure it's like FTL marathon. Faster than love. I can't remember exactly what it was. The top head, what name? But one of the things I'd say the guy who ran it, I can't remember his name, clearly had a lot of connections with people because they got special guests to join in with commentary on runs. And I got to experience that twice. The first time I was hosting a run, I was hosting Osborne. If you've probably heard of Osborne, very reasonably famous American speedrunner, very famous as someone who does a hell of a lot of marathon work, runs a lot of marathons, helps out with a lot of marathons. As someone I kind of aspire to a little bit with the marathon work that I do. But Osborne was running Superliminal. No, not Superliminal. Was running a Light Chamber. Is it called Light Chamber? It's an indie game where you have to stay in the shadows at all times. Pretty sure it's something like Light Chamber. And they had two of the voice actors from the game join in for the commentary, and obviously they talked about their experience. One was a girl who'd also done, I can't remember exactly what she'd done, but she'd also done some other fantasy stuff. She had been on TV and done some fantasy stuff as well. And she talked during it about she'd done a lot of voice work for children's toys. So when you get a kid, a baby toy. Obviously, I've got loads of baby toys. You get a baby toy and you push the buttons and it goes, "Hi, well, good morning. 1, 2, 3, we did it." She'd done that kind of voice work as well, which is really interesting. But the other guy, I forget his name. I can't remember what his name was. But he was particularly famous for one role in particular. And I said I was the host for this run. So I wasn't saying like I was brought in to read out donations and stuff like that, and I sort of introed them and outroed them and all of that. So all the time whilst this one was going on, I'm sat in a voice call with these voice actors and with Osborne chatting and just like sort of holding it in a little bit with the kind of realization, because I was in a voice call with Agent 47. Was the voice actor who voiced Agent 47 from Hitman. And obviously he put on the voice like a lot of the, because obviously people talked about it because that's what he was famous for. So he did put on the voice. It's just like so chilling to be in a voice call on Discord with Agent 47. It was incredible. But to finally swing back round to Ground Zeroes and the whole modding it with the music, I managed to put in some of the music from Peace Walker and Phantom Pain, that was voiced not by Cynthia Harrell. Cynthia Harrell was in that video, that the MGS3 video. Cynthia Harrell did the original Snake Eater and she's re-recorded it. But oh bloody, what's her name? The singer who did Sins of the Father and Peace Walker's theme. Come on, Nick, dumbass. Fuck, come on, Rydenswig, you're good with your MGS knowledge. Donna Burke, thank you very much. Yes, I managed to mod in some of Donna Burke's music because Donna Burke joined me for my run of Ground Zeroes. She sang Sins of the Father, which is an incredible piece of music. It's wonderful. She's also done covers of Snake Eater. She's done a lot of Metal Gear music. She was also the voice of the iDroid in Ground Zeroes and Phantom Pain. So, as you're sort of wandering around, there's this, location reached and chopper inbound, all that. That was Donna Burke as well. So so like, as I'm going through the game and stuff happened, she was doing it live. It was a really cool run. It was really nice. It was really nice. She's a lovely lady. It was lovely speaking with her. But yeah, it was nice because I then surprised her and I said, unfortunately, Ground Zeroes didn't contain any of Donna's music. However, we can mod the game to add them in. So because there's one, if you played, I will when I'm ready. So when we then there's one mission in Ground Zeroes, where you're just in a in the helicopter just shooting guards and not having to do much. So during that, I always used to play a piece of music and we'd just enjoy it. So at that point, I put on I think I put on Sins of the Father so that we could just enjoy Donna's singing, 'cause it's amazing. That it wouldn't have surprised me if she'd had. She still does a lot of covers of Metal Gear music. So yeah, it wouldn't have been a surprise if she had. But certainly from the little bit that we heard in the song at the start of the stream, the re-recording that Cynthia Harrell's done is really nice. Right, I'll sort of run over my normal stream time a little bit, but yeah, we did just talk about that. We will run over my normal time a little bit, but it's I don't mind putting one more run in. See if we can do one without making some sort of really dumb mistake that causes me to lose like minutes of time. That run, the previous run was better. It was certainly a lot better, but still a lot to be desired. So as I will I will appease Captain's request to start the game, bro. Yeah, loading times. This is the content you wanted, right? All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1, start.
After the end of World War II, the world was split into two.
Thanks, David.
East and West. This marked the beginning of the era called the Cold War.
At some point, I really should pull out my my cameo from David Hayter and play that on stream again. It's been a while. It's been a while since we've played that. It was lovely. It's an anniversary gift from Heidi during the pandemic. I've never properly returned the favor to Heidi for that. Like, I've never done anything, not that I can think of, done anything that was specifically sort of celebrity. Not that I can think of. Yeah, I've got some nice gifts over the years, but I don't think I've ever found something quite as thoughtful as a cameo from David Hayter. I bought an Xbox 360 one year. That's probably. Is Quinton Flynn on Cameo? I know Quinton Flynn's not very popular at the moment. Quinton Flynn is also. He is. I can't remember. I don't know what he did. I think it's. I can't remember if it was like he was accused. Like it might have been something like misogynistic, or I can't remember what it was. But he's fallen out of favor. With a lot of people. I can't remember if there were like assault allegations or like something with a partner, or I can't. You'd have to look it up. I just know that there was something that came out. He has fallen out of favor and it has lost him work. For example, Quinton Flynn was also the voice actor for Jin in League of Legends, and earlier this year, Jin got his first legendary skin, and legendary skins always include new voice lines, and Quinton Flynn did not return for those voice lines. They used a different actor to do the new voice lines for so it was I think it was for Lunar Festival, so it would have been something like Lunar Revel Jin or Lunar Demon Jin or something like that. Very Chinese influenced. Oops. Almost forgot that there was one more at the end there. That's still pretty quick. That's good. Like I said, I can't remember exactly what it was. I think it was probably some sort of harassment. Oh, was it? Okay. Yeah, so as I say, certainly whilst those allegations were present, I hadn't heard that had been resolved, so that's good. That's good. That's very good to know. Because yeah, if there is gonna be, we should circle back around to that conversation that where I started to have and then completely missed it and went in a different direction. Because you were talking about which Metal Gear game to do next, and the thing is, there's so many different directions that you can go. It's still strange that they've started with Snake Eater. The only real reason to start with Snake Eater is that it comes first chronologically, which isn't necessarily a good thing. But that's presumably the reason they went with that. Oh yeah. Right, I'm going to concentrate on the Ocelot fight.
Where did that come? Where did that come? I see him.
Let's say that's... Okay, that wasn't too bad. That was fun. Getting hit by it. Oh wow, I actually took an injury for that. Yeah, that first, I knew that first grenade hadn't gone quite right, because I could see that there was still 6 up instead of 5. Yeah, because they've done Snake Eater first, there's so many different directions they could go in. And for me, there's 3, I think there's 3 likely directions to go. Well, four likely directions to go. Let's get the first one, and the one that kind of hope isn't going to happen. They don't do anymore. It could be a massive flop. Everyone could hate it, and Konami decide, no, we're not doing it. Hey, Paul, good to see you, buddy. It could be a massive flop. Everyone hates it, and Konami decide they're not going to remake anymore. It wasn't worth it. Hopefully that doesn't happen, because as much as I've always said. As much as I've always said that I don't feel like Metal Gear Solid 3 needed a remake, there were better choices in the to remake. Metal Gear 2 would be pretty good. I would be disappointed to learn that they're not going to make new Metal Gear content. I'm pleased. It's definitely going to sell, but if it's really badly received, if it sells like millions of copies, but it absolutely bombs in reviews and everyone hates it. But it's much easier to refund digital games these days. So that could also be a factor. But I don't think I think it's probably a safe bet that it's probably going to be fine. Hopefully it's going to be great, but I imagine it's at least going to be fine. So yeah, option 1 is they don't do it anymore. Option 2, they take the easy route. And the easy route is to remake Metal Gear Solid 2 next. The reason I say that is because slapping what they've done with Delta onto Metal Gear Solid 2 should be relatively easy. I'm going to focus on this boss fight. Okay, I obviously screwed that. I didn't think I'd made a shot when I had. So I didn't throw the stun grenade. So now we're a little bit behind, but hopefully we can pick that back up. I don't believe... I believe the only thing that we know for certain is that as far as any new games beyond... beyond... Snake Eater Delta are concerned, is MGS4 will be in Master Collection Volume 2. I believe that's the only thing. I believe that's the only thing that we pretty much know for certain, as far as any content after Snake Eater Delta. And there's a movie that's been in development hell for about 20 years. That too. So I'm straining to try and see. So yeah, the easy the easy solution is to remake Metal Gear Solid 2, because they could very easily slap the same thing that they've done with Delta onto 2. They uses practically the same engine originally anyway, so it's not going to be too difficult to translate what they've done with Delta onto 2. Right, I'm going to concentrate on this fight now. Oh. Bloody bug. Okay, much better. That was a much better phase 2, though. You say it was leaked in through placeholders on the website. that's not confirmation. That's still only is a pretty big clue. And also those games make the most sense. Well, five. No, I was about to say those games make the most sense. 5 doesn't make sense. The games that make the most sense are 4 Peace Walker and Rising. 5 doesn't make sense. You can already play 5 on existing hardware. It doesn't make sense to redo 5 as part of the Master Collection. But anyway, that's going back to where we were. So let's say remaking 2 would be the easy solution because it shouldn't be too difficult to slap a new coat of paint on. Well, you know, to redo Delta, but with 2. Yeah, they were practically the same engine to begin with. So the gameplay should translate relatively well. The difficult solution, or the difficult next step, is Metal Gear Solid 1. And the reason I say that it is a difficult step is that you cannot just remake Metal Gear Solid 1 in the Delta engine, unlike you could do with 2. You would not be able to do that because Metal Gear Solid 1, because we already saw this with Twin Snakes. Just slapping a new engine onto Metal Gear Solid's map does not work. It will completely break the game. It will need remaking from the ground up. It needs new environments, the game's not big enough. That's the other thing. The game is not big enough to support. The game is not big enough to support that kind of movement and all of that. It needs something else. Now, they have experience. You know, they remade parts of Metal Gear Solid 1 in Metal Gear Solid 4, and they added in a load of new areas so that it fit better for 4's engine. The best example of how they adapted 4 is the fight against Crying Wolf. It takes place between the towers. It actually starts in the exact same place you fight Sniper Wolf in Metal Gear Solid 1, but the environment was completely redone. You know, everything had been snowed over, buried in snow, so that you had a much more open battlefield, because that fit much better with 4's gameplay than just a sniper battle. Just a one-on-one sniper battle in the same way as Sniper Wolf would not have worked in 4. It would have been shit. So yeah, you're not going to be able to redo a one-to-one. It ain't gonna work. So that's the difficult choice. But if you go in, you know, sort of in order of Metal Gear Solid games, that would be the next one to do sort of chronologically. The one that I'd prefer, then my fourth proposal, and the proposal I'd like to go for, which I don't think is as difficult. It's still difficult. It's not as easy as redoing 2. It's not going to be as easy as 3. But I do think it's easier than 1, because you do actually get to redesign it from the ground up, and it's not a problem that you're redesigning it from. Obviously, there's a massive risk redesigning MGS1 from the ground up. MGS1 is an absolutely beloved masterclass of a game, and changing just one slight bit of it could piss fans off incredibly. So, you know, there's going to be a very, very delicate fine line, but remaking the original Metal Gear is not, that does not pose that much of a risk, because you literally can't. If you tried to do a one-to-one recreation of Metal Gear with modern stuff these days, it just would not work, would it? Oh, I'm getting an alert here. Oh, I am a bit stuck by that door. Yeah, you look. Yeah, look at Twin Snakes for the MGS1 issue. Twin Snakes still changed stuff. It cut out a lot of the backtracking, but thankfully those were things that people didn't like about Metal Gear Solid 1, so there wasn't an issue with that. But I mean, take MGS1 changes, we still talk about the fact that they changed Grey Fox's voice actor. We still, to this day, talk about that design decision. There's a good point actually that Sanjay makes there. If you were going to remake Metal Gear 1, it would actually be pretty sensible to do both of them at the same time. I don't think Konami would. They'd want to milk it. Because the question, what you'd have to, if you wanted to not do them both at the same time, you'd need to make sure, that that you expanded the game enough to make it a full game. There's not enough content in Metal Gear 1 to translate to a full AAA title these days. You'd need to add a lot to it. Metal Gear 2, maybe. Metal Gear 2 is a lot bigger. That's a good fear fight, finally. First good fear fight of the evening. Yeah, Metal Gear 2 is a lot bigger, so Metal Gear 2 would probably work fine, actually, as a standalone game. But I feel like you'd have to add a lot to Metal Gear 1. Now, going back to another conversation that I tried to start at some point and then got sidetracked. A long time ago, we're talking a good 10 years ago, there was fan projects ongoing to recreate Metal Gear. It was still going to be top down. They did show some gameplay of it. It was still top down, but it was all sort of, you know, modern top down gameplay. Think Volume, you know, that sort of style, but for Metal Gear. And even though it was a fan game, David Hayter was on board to reprise as well. They were hiring voice actors. They were looking for voice actor volunteers. But David Hayter had agreed to return. Unfortunately, Konami sent them a cease and desist, so it never happened. Jesus. Yeah, particularly if they want to stick with being, you know, doing the games in chronological order, Metal Gear 1 would actually be, as opposed to Metal Gear Solid 1, Metal Gear 1 would actually be the most appropriate to do next. All right, let me concentrate on this fight. Good. It's nice he hasn't shot me. Beautiful. That was not quite as fast as the previous one. Maybe at that point they felt like it was becoming too official. It was becoming too close to being an official game. Who knows? But yeah, because I say Metal Gear 1 chronologically, it seems the best choice. Obviously, if you are actually taking the whole series, the next game chronologically is Portable Ops. But I can't see them remaking Portable Ops. I can't see them remaking Portable Ops now, but both Microsoft and Sony are currently working on new portable consoles. You may have heard recently that Sony and Microsoft are both working on because they need something to rival the Switch, and the PlayStation Portal wasn't it. Obviously, the PlayStation Portal wasn't it because the Portal wasn't a proper handheld games console. I personally, I don't think it works. I don't think new dedicated port. I don't think we'll ever again see a really successful dedicated portable console. The Switch obviously works, and the Switch 2 will obviously work because it's both. It's a portable and a desktop. Whatever Sony and Microsoft make, it's going to need to be able to connect to a TV so that you can do both. I think it's going to have to mimic the Switch. But the reason I don't think that a dedicated portable games console is now going to work is because you can play games on your phone. Like all you need is that you can connect any controller to a phone via Bluetooth. You can get dedicated game controllers. I have one. I've got a. Oh, that's a good. No, sorry, that's a fair point. The Switch Lite is a dedicated, but the Switch Lite only works because the Switch was already such a big success. If the Switch Lite had come out without the Switch, if that was the Switch, it wouldn't have done anywhere near as well. I absolutely love my Vita. The Vita is my favorite portable games console. I had a Game Boy, I had a 3DS. I've only had my Vita for like a couple of years, and in those 2 years, it has become my favorite. Ah, sweet gold split. In those 2 years, it has become my favorite portable games console. I love it. But caveat with that is only because I've modded it. Base Vita's not that good. A modded Vita is fantastic. But yeah, as I say, you can play games on your phone. Okay, you can't play the top, brand new top end AAA blockbusters. But you get a decent experience out of it. I've got a Razer Kishi, which I've finally been starting to use a lot more again because I've discovered I never use it on my old phone as much because if you've got a case for your phone, you've got to take the case off in order to use it. That's the case with the case. That's kind of how it works with any phone controller. You usually have to take whatever case you've already got off of it so that it fits. But my new phone, I've got the Galaxy S24 Ultra. The case that I've got with it is really easy to slip on and off. So just swapping the case for my Razer Kishi is a doddle now. I was doing Jade Cocoon practice on it. I've done Twin Snakes practice on it. I've now installed a PS2 emulator so that if needs be, if it gets into if it does get into License-a-thon, I can do Wacky Races practice on it. It does run MGS2 in 60 FPS, but there are slowdowns. It's not silky smooth experience. It's good. It's a good experience, but it's not silky smooth. And the game was redone slightly. The menus, the weapon and item menus were redone for the Vita version to use the touchscreen. If you overclock, it's a lot. Yes, if you overclock, it's a lot better. But yeah, on base Vita, it's not the most stable. It was. It's difficult to speedrun. I've tried speedrunning MGS3 on it, and it's not a great experience. Ah, I got. Got him. Okay, not great RNG, but I felt like I recovered from that. Did you feel the fury? Not great RNG, but I felt like I recovered from that reasonably well. That's a nice roll into the ladder. And as a result of that roll into the ladder, that was a gold split. Where were we going? What were we talking? We were talking handheld consoles. So yeah, Razer Key. I'm playing with the Razer Key on my phone. PlayStation 1 emulator, great. PlayStation 2 emulator works great. Wacky Races looks fantastic on it. I also started playing Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 on it because probably not gonna get Pro Skater 3 and 4. Certainly not straight away. Although it's probably gonna come to Game Pass, I imagine. It was a bit slow there, so he's gone down the middle bit. That's not too bad. Although, gotta say, I recently finished Tony Hawk's Underground 2 on my Vita, the PSP version of Tony Hawk's Underground 2. So then going back, after playing that for so long, going back to Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 was quite tricky, because you know, a lot has been added to the series since then. I went the wrong way with that. Oh yeah, I 100% agree. It is the highest rated PS2 game on Metacritic. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3. I think if I recall correctly, it goes Pro Skater 3. I think Resident Evil 4. And then it might be Vice City. And I think Metal Gear Solid 2's... If Metal Gear Solid 2's not in the top 5, it is in the top 10. But I always remember that Pro Skater 3 is the highest rated PS2 game on Metacritic. But also, with my phone contract, I have Netflix. I have paid for Netflix whenever. It's because say, you know, Metal Gear Solid and Grand Theft Auto and stuff, there's a lot of there's a lot of nuance in them. There's a lot of, you know, they're not sort of clear cut. There's a lot of ways that you can like them and ways that you can't like them. Pro Skater 3 is just, you know, it's technically perfect. Like, for its time, it was the perfect skating game. You couldn't really improve on it. It's yeah, and it does also have the best soundtrack. Yeah, so I was saying I've Netflix through my phone contracts. I have paid for it before. Normally when there's something I specifically want to watch on it. But Netflix are doing a lot more games. And there's a lot of games through Netflix that are available on phones now. So I played Vice City a while back because that came to Netflix. I've got GTA 3 and San Andreas installed on my phone. I played 2 minutes of GTA 3. I struggled getting into GTA 3 these days. But recently, because I work in London 2 days a week, so I have a 45-50 minute commute by train. So I had been playing, you know, originally I'd been playing. No. It's not that I don't like GTA 3. I just struggle to get into GTA 3. I was never. I started with Vice City. Actually, technically, technically that's not true. Technically, I started with the Game Boy Color version of Grand Theft Auto 1. That was the first GTA I ever played. But the first mainstream GTA I ever played was Vice City. I fully completed and played loads of Vice City. I think I actually played San Andreas before I played 3. I can't remember. No, that's not true. No, I did play. I played Vice City, then I played 3, and then I played San Andreas. So I've always struggled to get into 3 because it's just not. It's not Vice City. For me, playing GTA 3 was always a downgrade. I don't like the map. I've never liked Liberty City. It's a very confusing map. The third island's appalling map design. In my opinion, incredibly frustrating map design. You also have the absolutely terrible decision to create a set of street races that can be accessed at any point in the game, no matter how far into the game you've got. No matter how far you've gotten into the game, these street races are accessible, and if you want 100% completion, then you have to do these street races. And some of them go through the Yakuza and Chinatown areas of the first island, Portland, I think it's called, of Portland. And later on in the game, but after you've killed Salvatore, his goons are still there with Uzis and kill you whilst driving through in a car. You will die in seconds. So those races are practically impossible beyond a certain point in the game because the track takes you through areas that you will just die. They're not Uzis, they're shotguns. Yeah, and you just die. It's as I say, there's just a lot of really bad. There's a lot of really bad decisions in GTA 3. On the flip side, it was the first big, 3D Grand Theft Auto. There was a learning curve. Some of these things are understandable, but as I say, because I played Vice City first, I always found it crap. I accidentally let go of the button. Well, this definitely ain't. I mean, this wasn't going to be a PB anyway. But yeah. I mean, at least with the taxi missions and an ambulance, you don't have to do them in that area. You can do those anywhere. I remember playing GTA 3. Back when I had GTA 3 and I was playing on my PS2 as a kid, the PS2 was in our living room because it was also our DVD player. So my parents would often, they wouldn't necessarily sit and watch, but they'd be aware of what we were playing and stuff like that. And I remember one day we'd recently bought Crazy Taxi for it for the PS2. Great game, love Crazy Taxi. Yeah, we'd recently bought Crazy Taxi, and I was doing some taxi missions on GTA 3, and like my dad was like, "So you're playing as a taxi driver in this game, and you've just bought another game where you play as a taxi driver. What's the point in having both games?" Like. Now, obviously, to anyone who knows both of those games, you'll know there is a massive difference between the taxi missions in Grand Theft Auto and Crazy Taxi. Yeah, to him, it's just like he couldn't understand why we bought a taxi game when we already had a taxi game in another game. There's the logic's there. You can see why there's some confusion, but obviously, we know better. Anyway, yeah. So I was talking about. Let's go. These tangents are crazy. I'm sure GTA 6 will have every type of mission going under the sun, won't they? I got a whole extra year to add more content to it. So yeah, I've been playing. I was trying to 100% Vice City for the first time ever. I've never done it. And I think I encountered a glitch, which is it is known about. It's not something I've discovered. It's a known bug with the game where you can if you fail a rampage, the rampage marker won't return, and that rampage is forever locked out. So my save for Vice City has every single rampage bar one completed. I don't know which one it is, and it's seemingly broken, and I can't do it. I have no backup save from when before it. So yeah, that save file is now ruined. I'd gotten a fair chunk through the 100%. Like I'd done all of the. That was a nice finish too. That was a gold split for Volgin, and that's not a surprise. I think I'm pretty sure I'd done every side net. So obviously I'd completed all the missions, but I'd done like taxi, ambulance. I probably hadn't done pizza delivery. I was probably in the middle of doing pizza delivery as well, but I'd done most of the others. You know, I'd done all of the assets and everything else. I hadn't got all of the hidden packages. I hadn't started working my way through the hidden packages and stunt jumps, but I have done all hidden packages before. Always using guides. I don't fucking know where they all are. And again, when trying to do all of the rampages, I was using a guide to locate them. I ain't got time to go searching over the whole of Vice City trying to find fucking rampage markers. I got life. But recently, yeah, because it's free on Netflix. I've been playing through Death's Door, which is a charming little isometric hack and slash. You could call it a Metroidvania. Not really. It's got a bit. There's certainly a lot of exploration, and getting new abilities allows you to go back to older areas and unlock new stuff and things like that. It's a charming little game. It was one I remember when it was first announced. I always thought it looked really nice, and I'd want to play it. So I saw that it was on Netflix. So I decided to start playing it. It plays beautifully with my Razer Kishi. The only problem I've got with playing it with my Razer Kishi is obviously all of these games that are ported to mobile, you can play with touchscreen, so you'll get touchscreen controls. And for Death's Door, there's no option to remove the touchscreen controls. In most games, Vice City certainly you could completely remove the touchscreen controls so that they weren't on your screen. But Death's Door I can't. I can move them. So like I've moved them to the very far ends of my, as far to the left and right of the screen as they'll possibly go, so they're not in the way. But I can't actually turn them off, which is a bit annoying. It's like I don't need them. I've got a controller. But Death's Door's been fun. I think I'm not far off finishing it. The main overriding objective throughout the game has been to beat 3 bosses and collect their big souls to open a big door. And I've just as just as my train pulled into the station on Wednesday evening, beat the third boss. So yeah, actually, I need to get back onto that and see what happens next. I'm assuming it's not the end of the game. There's probably going to be a whole sort of, I'm now going to go through the big door and there's going to be a big challenge area and there'll be stuff to do there before the end of the game. But I'm probably on the final leg. And it's really good. If you're into hack and slashes, can highly recommend Death Store. It's been very nice. It's a charming story. All about you play as a Reaper, like the Grim Reaper, but there isn't just one Grim Reaper. It's a whole business. It's like I say business. There's a whole bureaucracy around reaping, but all of the characters who work there and your own character are all crows. So the idea being that death is this. It's either a business. There doesn't seem to be much money involved in it. So it seems more like almost like it's a government thing. You know, it's like a governmental department that deals with killing people and collecting their souls, and just all of the Reapers are crows. But the game's sort of about this whole, there's a sort of a conspiracy about what management are doing and leaving Reapers out in the world and not allowing them to come back, and it's the overarching story is, it's a bit tongue-in-cheek at times, but it's very cool. But anyway, in a very, very, very roundabout sort of way, that is why I don't think a dedicated handheld console will work now. Because the other thing is price point of any sort of dedicated price point, power, and availability and stuff like that. I actually posted about this on Blue Sky the other day. Unless you are a die-hard Nintendo fan and you want access to the newest Nintendo games, I can't understand why anyone would buy a Switch 2. Unless you are that desperate to play Mario Kart World Tour, or sorry, Mario Kart World, or you want the new Kirby or whatever. As I say, you are invested in Nintendo first party title. Oh, I'm going to concentrate on this fight and see if I can do this the way I wanted to do it. No, I've already fucked it up. Okay, that was good actually. That was kind of what I wanted to do. Damn it. Okay, unfortunately I screwed up the second half, but the first half was really good. I didn't get a gold split for the first half. I thought I might have done, but never mind. So anyway, yeah, I don't understand. And as I say, unless you are that determined to play first-party Nintendo games, I don't understand why anyone would buy a Switch 2. Because for the price of it, for the price of the games, and that's the big one, Nintendo seem pretty determined that new retail, their AAA retail games are now going to be $80. And that, of course, has had the spiraling effect that everyone knew it was going to have, where now every other game company is like, yep, $80 going forwards. Randy Pitchford has said Borderlands 2 is going to be, Borderlands 4 is going to be $80, so no one's going to buy it. Because as much as Borderlands has a very good legacy, Borderlands hasn't peaked since 2. Borderlands 3 wasn't especially well received. I don't think remaking Twin Snakes works, and it's like they can't sell us all those Wii U ports again. See, the other thing that pisses me off about Nintendo and about the Switch 2 is, one of the big announcements with the Switch 2 is they're bringing GameCube games to Nintendo, to the Switch 2 store, to the Switch Buyers Club, Nintendo Switch Online, whatever club membership. I can't remember what it's bloody called. I don't have it. I had it for like 6 months when I first got my Switch because it came with 6 months, and that was it. I never played it again. But anyway, yeah. What I'm trying to say, you'll be able to play GameCube games, but as they've done with every other service that they've done with that, they do it with the Nintendo 64. They've done it with Game Boy and SNES and NES. It will be an absolute drip feed. There was something like 300-400. I'm sure someone could. I'm sure someone will want to check. This number. You can check it immediately on Wikipedia. How many games were there on the GameCube? Because at launch, I think we're getting 5. And they've done this with every single one of these that they've put out. They have this huge library of games, most of which have already been ported. As Paul mentioned, is it only? Oh yeah, it's only 3, isn't it? It's Wind Waker. Is it Wind Waker? It's one at. I'm pretty sure it's Wind Waker. I can't remember. I'm pretty sure one's Wind Waker. Isn't one a Metroid? One Metroid Prime 1, and I can't remember what the other one is. The other one an F-Zero. Was there an F-Zero GameCube game? I don't know. It was F-Zero. Wind Waker. Oh, Soul Calibur 2. Oh, that was it. So yeah, we're getting 3. And as I say, we're in Bike Chase. I'm not doing anything. Number of GameCube games. 651. According to Wikipedia, there are 651 GameCube games, and Nintendo are launching the GameCube library on the Switch 2 with 3. And now we know the reason. The reason absolutely is because it's behind a subscription service. It's behind Nintendo Switch Online, which obviously you have to pay for monthly or yearly or whatever. And of course, by doing it as a drip feed, it will entice people to keep wanting to pay more. Because otherwise, if they release the full library all at once, someone could buy a year's membership, blast through all of the games that they want to play in a year, and then at the end of it, they don't want to renew. They've played what they want to play. They don't need to get it again. Particularly as with, I believe the GameCube games are only going to be accessible to Switch Online Plus. Is there a Switch Online Plus? I'm pretty sure that's a thing. Oh no, not backpack. Food, Eva.
Let me have some more.
Let me have some more. Some s'mores? We ain't got any s'mores. We're in the jungle, baby. Yeah, so by drip feeding it, it means, people will, particularly those who pay for the service monthly, they'll get to the end of the month, they'll be like, well, okay, I probably don't need to get Nintendo Switch Online again for the next month, so I'll cancel it. And then Nintendo can say, oh, well, for next month, Pokemon Gale of Darkness. That's a game, right? I'm pretty sure that's a game I've heard of. is coming, and you're like, oh wow, I've not played that game in years. Oh, okay, I'll get another month of Nintendo Switch Online, and that's the reason they drip feed it. But it feels worse. Hey, Kingslocks, it's going okay. I think this is probably still the best run of the evening, but still 1 minute 20 behind. But it's marathon practice, and what I've done would be fine for a marathon. The other thing with it is having all of these games being drip fed to us by Nintendo. I'm not one to normally I'm not normally one to advertise it or advocate for it. I mean, I do it. Everyone freaking does it, but I can just download any of them and play them on an emulator on my computer. Fuck it, I can download any of them and play them on an emulator on my mobile phone. We just talked about how easily accessible video gaming on phones is becoming. I don't need a Nintendo Switch 2 to play Wind Waker on the go. I'll just put it on my phone. I did. These are complete lies and slander. Did nothing of the sort. You, to quote Grandpa Johnny, you bastard. I forgot. I lost my trail of thought. Yeah. Just emulate them. I don't need a Switch 2 for that. She is still following me. Good. Anyway, but to go down a less legally or moral grey area, I don't see any point in buying a Switch 2, and I certainly don't really see much point in buying whatever PlayStation and Microsoft are going to come up with, unless it is a major competitor, not to the Switch 2, but to a Steam Deck, not a Stream Deck. You can play games on a Stream Deck, but it's not a good experience. Yeah, to a Steam Deck. Steam Decks are all there's loads now. The ROG Ally, I think Nvidia's got one. My boss fights, as in this boss, have been pretty spot on this evening. So I'm hoping that this is a similar experience. Yep, another spot on fight against the boss. Beautiful. My boss has gotten so much better. Well, that's it. That's the end of the third run. Obviously, 1 minute 23 behind. I'm pretty sure that's the best. That's the best time I've had this evening. So if I performed any of this, if I performed any of these runs in a marathon, I'd be happy. My estimate would be an hour. Because we for marathons we don't show the credits. So so as you can see on my upcoming splits, wig interior 53-53. 53-53. That's my PB for Jade Cocoon, which means if you don't include the credits for Metal Gear Solid 3, my PB for MGS3 Very Easy and Jade Cocoon are identical. Yes, we watched it at the start of the stream. It was really cool. I'm hoping they now just release it so that we can watch it in full without David and Laurie and all the others talking over it. Not that I didn't appreciate them talking and their contributions, but it would be nice to hear the full version. Bang, and the dirt is gone. See, it's not a PB, so we're not gonna sit through the credits. I mean, that's it. That's the end of the stream. We're not gonna go any further than that. Yeah, if you want to, I can I can always post a link to it if you haven't seen it. Sorry, I pushed the wrong button there. Let me so I've still got it. Here is the link. Here's the link to, and that's the link to the official Legacy Series Part 4 video that they did, which is a roundtable discussion, and they eat some funky food and stuff like that. But part way through, it's about, I got a YouTube ad, so I can't get to it. They watch it about 4 minutes in. So yeah, if you skip to, oh, actually no. They start watching it about 2 minutes 10 seconds in. So if you skip to 2 minutes and 10 seconds, that's where it starts. As I say, the only thing is they're talking over it, they cut in and out of it. It's not, you don't just get to watch it. So I'm hoping Konami just now releases it. It's out there in the public. Let's just have it. But yeah, the visuals are all completely redone. Cynthia Harrell has returned to re-record Snake Eater. It's quite lovely. It's a little bit more upbeat. It's a little bit jazzy at times. I quite like it. Is it already out? Oh, because if it's already out, we'll watch that as well. We'll watch that now. Snake Eater theme. Clear. Yes, 11 minutes ago, Konami released it. Actually says clean version as well. So sorry, actual Snake Eater. Step aside. We're gonna cancel listening to. We're gonna cancel listening to the to the original intro because the new intro is now available to watch. So let me get that up on the big screen. And this time I'm not going to mute myself. But also I'm not going to talk over it. Beside past Cynthia, new Cynthia is here to show you what. Right. As I say, I'm not muted this time. You can hear me. But I will just let it play and be quiet. In fact, I'm not going to mute myself.
What a thrill with darkness and silence through the night. What a thrill. I'm searching and I'll melt into you. What a fear in my heart, but you're so supreme. I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else. Crime, it's the way I fly to you. I'm still in a dream, Snake Eater. Someday you go through the rain, and someday you'll feed on a tree frog. This ordeal, the trial to survive, for the day we see new light. I give my life, not for honor, but for you.
No, no EasyJet, you completely ruined it. That was lovely. That's really nice. I genuinely really enjoyed that. That's a lovely. Oh God, yeah. That's a really. I would say the song's nice. The video's nice. It is kind of weird. It's kind of weird that there's a lot, like, it does essentially spoil quite a bit of the game, but as we talked about at the start, it's clearly because it is aimed at, you know, past players returning to play the remake rather than the new players. But on the other hand, that's not that different from a movie trailer that shows quite a lot of it. So much of movie trailers will show bits that are right at the end of the game. So it's not that unusual. But also, yeah, it's, you know, the game's been out since 2004, 2003, 2004. I can never remember the original date. So, you know, it's not like it's much of a spoiler these days. Oh, there might be younger players who never played the original who don't want it spoiled, but, you know, it's pretty difficult to avoid it in. It was 04, thank you. Because I've got my copy of Subsistence right next to me, but obviously that says 2006. That's obviously that was 2 years later. Yeah, that was lovely. I love it, and the characters look great. The characters really do look fantastic. I love the pain. I think the pain might be my favorite. I mean, oh, okay. So yeah. Oh, actually, just thought. Just going back to going back to the freaking terrible EasyJet advert. The next thing that was queuing up was this recent overclocked remix. Turn it down just a little bit. Yeah, the next thing that YouTube decided to queue up was this recent new addition to Overclock Remix, which is this beautiful remix of a Metal Gear Solid medley. I've listened to this loads. It's brilliant. I won't play the whole thing, but it's fantastic. I highly recommend giving it a listen. Giving it a listen yourselves. Because it's great. It's mostly Metal Gear Solid 1. It's got a little bit of Metal Gear. So there's a little bit of Solid Snake's theme, like Mantis's themes in it, Escape's in it. It's great. It's a really nice medley remix. Yeah, it's good. But no, cool. That is from Reddit over there. Yeah, some of Reddit's all right. I frequent Reddit occasionally. That is going to be it for tonight's stream. Thank you all so much for joining in. I hope you've enjoyed it. Obviously, I was doing. Let me finish this off properly. Ah, that's cool. I have to go. I do have to. It is 25 past midnight for me. I do have to be up I don't have to be up for work. I'm now on holiday. As of 5 o'clock this evening, I'm on holiday. I'm off for 10 days. Which is nice. 10 days or is it 11 days? I don't know. I'm not gonna get milk. But the reason why I've started my holiday on a Friday is because the local school near us has an inset day tomorrow, so there's no school for the students, and Alex's nursery mimics whatever the school does. So yeah, Alex isn't at nursery tomorrow, so I took an extra day off holiday so I could look after him tomorrow. So I will. Oh, lovely. Oh, that sounds great. Congratulations. Yeah, so Heidi is still working tomorrow. She's not done with school yet. But once she's finished work, we're then driving up to the Peak District. It's a couple of hours drive, because Heidi's aunt has her 60th birthday this year. It's not until August, but she wanted to do something special for this year because it's her 60th. So we're having a big family holiday for a week in the Peak. We just got a cottage or a cabin. I don't actually know what it is. It's some sort of self-sustained. There's not like a hotel. It doesn't, or it's not on a campsite or something like that. It's just a cottage or a cabin or something. So obviously we'll have make our own food and that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's just going to be a nice week of chills. As we go up tomorrow night, on next Thursday, I'm also at a wedding reception. A mate of mine who was at my wedding, an old scout mate of mine, is getting married on Thursday. I'm not at the ceremony during the day. I'm only invited. I say a mate of mine is, we are mates, but I'm not like super close mates with him. He's a friend of the family. So he's one of my brother's best mates. So my brother will be at the full ceremony. But me, Heidi, and my parents are just going for the after party. Alex wasn't invited, but to be honest, even if he was, because it's just because then they're not having kids at the party. Even if he was, we probably wouldn't take him because of the timing. It doesn't quite work out. It's a bit awkward, but it's only like 20-30 minutes drive from where we're staying on holiday, so it's ideal for us. So yeah, that's going to be fun. I am going to be taking my laptop with me so that I can do preventathon stuff, because I'm gonna have plenty of time to just sit and chill and, as I say, go on my laptop and do stuff, because there's still a lot of tech stuff to do. I'm going to be leaving my computer on so that I can dial into my computer from my laptop, so that I can still do work and stuff. And also I've now got to get the package transferred over to preventathon system, because it's now pretty much ready for them to take. In fact, following the extra stuff that I've done today to the standard package, the standard package is kind of finished. There's a little bit of cleaning up I'd like to do. There's still one part of the package that I'm not happy with and would like to take another crack at it, which is the audio mixer. It's very messy. So it'd be good to have a crack at that again now that I'm a bit more knowledgeable about it all. But actually the base features, the layouts that I wanted to do and all of that is all kind of finished. The main thing it needs now is the guides, because without any guidance, it's difficult to work with. It'll be easy once you set it up. It's doddle to work with. That's the whole point. But it's quite difficult to get it set up without knowing what everything does. So I can't release it until that happens. But also I've said this before, I want to do my own marathon with it and then release it. So to celebrate the public release of it, do a marathon, release it at the end of the marathon. I've got plans for how I want to do it. I don't know when yet, but kind of once this holiday's over, once I've had my trip to Italy at the end of June with work, and I know what's happening with work. I did mention this on Discord. We've been talking a little bit about I've been talking for ages about what's happening with me with work. There's a lot going on. My line manager's leaving at the end of June. I'm going to Italy at the end of June with work because I got onto a international training course, which is going to be great for a week. But because my line manager's leaving, I don't know what that means for me, whether I'm going to become a line manager for someone else or whether something else is going to change with the team. I asked my director yesterday if he had any updates, because originally when we talked about it, he said he'd probably let me know in about 3 weeks. Well, that was probably about 2 months ago. So yeah. And he just point blank just said, I'll have an update for you when you get back. So I still don't know. At first I was really if anyone who's been watching the stream will know, I've been really optimistic about it, thinking, I might actually be a line manager for the first time and all of that. following this last week at work and some of the things that are happening, some things that are changing with events and things like that, I'm less optimistic. I get the feeling that it's my line, for those who don't know or haven't been around whilst I've been explaining it, my line manager is an events coordinator and I'm a communications coordinator. So together we are the events and communications team, and she line manages me. My proposal was that they hire a new events coordinator, but we just swap the management round. I become the line manager, the events coordinator, and continue as the communications coordinator. But from what I've gathered, I'll be taking on some of her responsibilities anyway. I can't plan big massive events. I can't plan a conference in Abu Dhabi, for example. That's something that she is doing, or has been doing. But I can't do that. I don't have the experience to do something like that. I have some event experience, obviously speedrunning and marathons. I have event experience, but nothing to that scale. But there are other things that she does with like organizing meetings and events for small events that I can do. Directors meeting and trade meetings and stuff like that. I can do that. I have enough experience not to do that. So I will be taking on a lot of that, whereas some of the bigger stuff and budget stuff that she's looked after, my director in the interim is going to be looking after. She actually taught me a whole load of stuff about about one of the budgets that she manages yesterday morning. And by the end of the day, I was then told I don't need to know any of that anymore because my director's going to be looking after it instead. So I kind of get the feeling that they're not going to rehire a new events coordinator. They're going to phase that role out. They're going to divvy up the jobs where they can. And I'm going to go somewhere. I don't know. The team that I'm in, there are several other mini teams within the bigger team. So I get the feeling I'm going to be pushed into one of those other teams instead and just have a different line manager. I don't think they're going to do it the way I was hoping they were going to do it. But there's just speculation. I have no idea. No idea what's going on. Unfortunately, as much as I love my job, I love the place I work in, it is starting to become quite common to be sort of left not knowing what's going on. There's a lot of times where something's happened, something's changed, and that's been some sort of shift in the way of working or the way a team operates or whatever, and we're just left wondering what's going to happen because decisions aren't made, no one communicates them. Like I said, I was originally told it was probably going to be 3 weeks that I'd find out, and I've been waiting for 2 months now. So it's a little disheartening. As I say, my emphasis on my optimism for it has drained a little bit. We'll see what happens. But once that's out of the way and I know what's happened with that, once my holiday in Italy and all of that other stuff's out of the way, I'm gonna start planning the marathon for the release of Speedrun Tours UK. So if you are a fellow speedrunner, keep an eye out, because it's not going to be just me. This is going to be a marathon. People will be invited. People will be allowed to submit to a one-day marathon. Probably August, September. Maybe I'll do it for my birthday. I might try and do it for my birthday. I don't know. We'll find out. Depends when I've got a weekend free and when it kind of works. No. So yeah, keep an eye out for any info that comes out about that. Obviously, as I said, I'm on holiday next week, so there's no stream next week. No stream on Tuesday. No stream on Thursday. When I get back, the following Tuesday and Thursday, the following Tuesday will be more Jade Cocoon and Klonoa. The following Thursday, there won't be a stream because it's the start of Preventathon. I think. Was that weekend or was it the weekend after? Bear with me a sec whilst I check. No, I'm correct. So yes. So there's no stream next week, next Tuesday or Thursday, because I'm away on holiday. There will be a stream on the following Tuesday, but there won't be a stream on Thursday the 5th because I've got my Klonoa run for Preventathon. So you still get to see me stream, just not to my stream. And then I've got a tech shift in the evening anyway, so there won't be a stream that Thursday. There obviously won't be a stream over the weekend either because I'll be doing Preventathon stuff. So I would highly encourage everyone to watch Preventathon. Obviously, I'll post more about that when that comes up. All right, that's going to be it for tonight. Probably nine people I'm following are currently live. Is RPG Limit Break still going on? Yes, RPG Limit Break is still ongoing, so we're gonna raid into them because it's a really cool marathon. Should say UKSG marathon started today as well. Surprised it started on a Thursday. No, we've already been raiding into RPG Limit Break lately, so I'd like to keep that up. So yeah, thank you all very much for joining in. I hope you have a wonderful weekend. If you're in the UK, I hope you have a wonderful bank holiday. It's Bank Holiday Monday on Monday, and yeah, I will see you all in a week. I'll still be posting on Discord and Blue Sky with stuff that happens. So yeah, look forward to it, and I will see you a week on Tuesday. Good night, everybody. Should we say good night, everybody, when I'm ready to push the end stream button? Because otherwise it just makes me look really unprofessional.